there's no better way to start your morning than a little crosstown rivalry action. That's Madison Cruz. I'm Joe Fryhofer, the commentary combo that everybody's been waiting for. Maybe it's just you and me who've been waiting for it, but no matter what, we're here this morning, thrilled to be joining you guys on a stream for what is going to be Atlanta United U18s taking on NSC U18s. And Madison, this is a rivalry that from top to bottom, from first team all the way down to academy, it makes itself known.
Yeah, there's a lot of passion. There's a lot of passion when it comes to this rivalry. Also, just it's the cross state lines, everything in that sense. A lot of these guys, it means a lot. You know, when you're wearing the crest, you want to go out there and represent. And against a rival like Nashville, you want to do that here as well. So both teams know that coming into this one.
A lot of names to keep an eye on for this one. Of course, a very talented striker himself, and Isaiah Vicente up top, who's going to be starting for our U18s today. Had a nice finish not long ago last season against Inter Miami. And, of course, lots of names that were shown from top to bottom with so much turnover in international duty, Madison. A lot of these guys were able to actually play against Belize in an international friendly not long ago as well.
Yeah, that gives you just the experience. Playing against a national team like that, it gets you that professional element and that feel to going up against guys and seeing where you stand against those guys and getting that competition and getting that fire rolling.
Well, it's another perfect morning here. The dew is still present there out on the pitch. Always nice for your first couple of switches and touches in a match that we did see in that Belize matchup as well from top to bottom. It's starting to show that here at Atlanta United there is a patented play style. And we'll see if that continues to show here today with the U18s as we get our direction from our head official, and we are underway with our first touch of the day. It's time to start your day with the beautiful game. Thanks for joining us, Joe Fryhofer and Madison Cruz. This stream is presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, proud presenting sponsor of this morning's stream. As we see the first touches right away, it's going to be NSC who's going to be building out from the middle. Saliv will knock it all the way back to his back line as you see that press coming right away, Madison, from those 5 stripes.
I love that from Vicente, too. Just the relentlessness of it. And they win it back immediately in the turnover.
And here they go, climbing right onto the counter right away, blistering right down the middle. Jardines as he tries to make himself available. Vicente spinning and turning around that pressure right back from NSC, and it'll stick with Atlanta United.
It's really good defending from Nashville, immediately just crashing in on Vicente, just coming in threes, stopping that run there. They knock it out of play. It's a throw-in for the 5 stripes, but pressure early on, it causes the turnover in the middle third, which goes the other way. Nashville really quick to get back defensively to help defend it.
And it looks like we're not content with the pressure on one of our current balls. Might have gotten a stud to it, and we could have a flat here. Looks like this one is going to be used as we'll get back into play here. It'll be a throw from that far side. Looks like it could be a longer one as well, as he'll make his way back to the correct throwing position. Instead, he'll go short as the 5 stripes hold it up, flicked on nicely into Vicente, who loses control of it. NSC goes back the other way. Long chip ball over the top, but just too much on it. And the 5 stripes will kick it all the way back to Lucas Elias da Silva. Five stripes build out of the back. Moore goes all the way back to his keeper.
Just setting the tone. The first couple of minutes were a little chaotic. Once you get the
Absolutely.
ball, you try to hold it a little bit, build a little bit of that chemistry, and get things going again.
That's all about that first touch as well, making sure you can just get rid of those jitters, first touch jitters, and then get yourself stuck into the match. As NSC will work it all the way back to Peeler as well. A little bit of a sketchy, arid touch there out of the back line, but he's able to make control. They go long once again, but escorted nicely by the 5 stripes. Looks like that one might manage to stay in, and it does. Another beautiful morning for it as well. We want to give a special thank you to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta for making these streams possible for Madison and I as well. Today it's a double header for me. It's a triple header for you. We've got the first team as well a little bit later tonight taking on the Columbus Crew, and this is a great way to start your day. Here we come with Amir Henry, who's going to be blistering down this left wing as well. Henry looked active and very special in that international friendly against Belize, and he wins Atlanta United the first corner of the match day morning.
Yeah, he's able to bounce it off of Del Monte as he's making the run there, and he's able to win the corner. Amir Henry's been one that's a standout for me even last season as well with the academy. He's just the way I think he controls the ball and his confidence when he is on the ball too, and that's something to have early on in your career. That's great because you can continue to build and keep things going, and getting the experience in that friendly as well with the Belize national team, that helps.
Very special moment to have them come out here to the training ground. Jardines was the one who took the corner. He'll take that second chance fizzing ball in, and it'll be a strike. Long and over by Armistead right there as he tried the the fortunate volley. You always got to try and go for it when it keeps you right at the top of the box like that. Why not have a volley this morning?
Yeah, Armstead put his hand up too afterwards, but you got to take that shot. It's coming right to you. You got to try it.
So instead, it'll be a goal kick for NSC going the other way. And of course, speaking of NSC, Madison, that was a massive 3 points if we think about the first team here for a second. Getting, of course, their first road victory as well. It was Steven Alzate's first assist as a 5-stripe. Ronald Hernandez getting just his second ever club goal. He gets called up for international duty with Venezuela as well. Some thrilling storylines that'll be unfolding tonight as well.
Yeah, Ronald, his first goal since 2022 for the 5 stripes as well. It was a minute, and also, too, first call-up for Venezuela since then as well. So it was a great week for Ronald Hernandez getting that opportunity to go. Steven Alzate, too, and building off of that, too. Got his first start in that Nashville game as well.
Yep.
It's a lot of things to continue to build, especially, too, keeping the clean sheet, too.
Big confidence from top to bottom in the academy systems as well. So many different kids getting called up to their respective age group national teams as the 5 stripes pressure comes right away onto Peeler there as he's able to just squeak it out of bounds. Possession will stay with NSC as this back line calling for a bit of calma here as they were building out of the back, but a little too lackadaisical right there.
Yeah, it was a little bit, it was just not as urgent as you needed it to because Vicente was making that run and he actually got the touch to it. It's a throw in for Nashville, but Peeler has to watch out for that because Vicente's just going to keep going at you.
Vicente, of course, deceiving with his work rate, with his pace overall as well. He's got a bigger frame so he can stick in the shoulder as you see a nice run threading right through the back. Here comes Aguilar. He'll take his distance and instead work it up towards the top of the box. Cuts back toward that final end line. Low cross right into the middle, into the heart of the Atlanta United defense, but handled nicely and dribbling right out of pressures. That will get deflected and out for a throw. So some end-to-end action here early in the first few minutes.
Yeah, that was really good defending from the 5 stripes, too. Making the run, you just block Nashville enough. That way when they get to the end line, they force the cutback, but the cutback is kind of slower than you would like to. That allows then for it to be cleared out of the box.
So some orders from our head man here have taken a couple steps backwards. The 5 stripes tried to take their liberty and see if they could get upfield a little bit earlier without having to actually take the throws. Aguilar, who made the fantastic creation there for NSC, taking it towards the box and then going byline towards the end. They'll cycle it all the way in towards that back line and work on that far touchline. Foul far side by Vicente, and there he is again. He just appears in all sorts of different spots on the pitch, Madison. You never know where he's going to show up for a bit of that help in the press.
I think one thing that I love about Vicente's game is that, you know, there's a difference, especially being up top and just putting all that pressure and immediately charging, and you kind of waste your energy sometimes. Just the way that he's kind of taking his time, picking his moments to go as well. That shows the intelligence and the IQ that he has at a very young age, too.
Very high line being held by the NSC back line as well right now, as you see Peeler way off of his line and giving some orders in build-up here. Here's a long lofted ball from Devin all the way over the top. In top gear is Swansea as he tracks his way down onto it. Shrugs off pressure nicely and laid off into the midfield. What can they do with it here? Goes past a few. First shot on goal there for NSC. It's Saliv, but taken in nicely into the midst of Da Silva there.
Yeah, Da Silva, good awareness. Good reaction time, too. Seeing that shot that's coming in and then immediately going down, just holding it.
Jardinus, nice drop of the shoulder, looking for the 1-2 combination between him and Armstead, but just couldn't get it off. Spinning away from pressure, Enriquez worked back into the middle, climbing up Krikorian. He'll switch it all the way to that far left side. Rising right into the space nicely for NSC, and we see a little switch right into the feet of Henry as he snatches possession back for the 404. There's Grayson Armstead once again, who I was thrilled with his work for Atlanta United 2 on the international stage not long ago. Link-up play done really nicely between him and a couple of his teammates as well to find a finish from young Kovac, who was playing striker in that match as well. One of the better finishes on the day. As you see, long service chipped over the top. And here come the 5 stripes barreling right onto it. It's Brown who couldn't get there, but a nice opportunity, well lofted, just barely into the midst of Peeler there.
I like the idea, though. You're playing it over the top, and Brown just, like, putting on the gas, just making the run there to try to get there. Peeler is really good, able to come out right to the edge of the box to scoop that one up before it gets there. It just bounced a little bit too far for Brown to get there.
1-2 for Saliv, and he cycles it all the way back to Peeler, who goes long, tries to switch it. Caressed there by the back line of the 5 stripes. Stepped onto it once again by Moores. He tries to go long and high. And back in once again into possession with Oliver. Here's Moore. Armstead, two names as well that, despite forming a part of that back line, Madison, both of those guys, Moore and Armstead, are not afraid to climb very high up the field, incorporate themselves into build-up, as we see Armstead will hold here, as it looks like we got a flat in that back line as Moore sorts out his laces and quick throw taken. But again, another aspect of Five Stripes style of play, being unafraid to carry possession upfield and break the lines if you're the back line.
It's exactly what Ronnie Dylan wants his team to do, and you're seeing that all throughout each of these teams too, that high pressure, that high line.
Nice switch right into Jones, who finds himself with a lot of space. It'll be an out-swinging service right into the heart of the area, just didn't have the height on it. But Nashville able to maintain possession. Worked back for Enriquez once again. Fizzed into the middle, stepped onto nicely by the Five Stripes. Vicente just couldn't get that final pressure onto it. Offside. Possession back with the Five Stripes.
But once again, it's that pressure again from Atlanta United that's causing a lot of turnovers for Nashville. It's going the other way too, but Atlanta United's making the most of it. As soon as they get the ball, they're immediately trying to turn it and go towards the attacking half.
Moore will cycle it back the other way. Oliver goes long and over the top. How's that for a ball? Can Henry get to it? Yes, he can. Beats the foot race and brings it down onto his right boot. Decides to go end line as NSC is able to get a toe onto it. That'll be a corner for the Five Stripes. What a service from back line all the way up top to the blitzing run of Henry.
That's something I think with this back line too. It gives you another outlet to create something on the attack. That ball over the top to Henry, and Henry with enough control to settle it too and get things going. Wins another corner for Atlanta United.
So difficult, like you said, Madison, of being able to, one, control the ball right there. Also make sure you keep your body balanced and then lose your man as he went byline there towards the end line. So it'll be another corner here for Jardines, as we've got a nice crowd here as well. Looks like the home stands are starting to fill in this morning. We want to say, wherever you're watching us from this morning, thanks for starting your day the Five Stripes way. As we see, it'll be a throw here for Atlanta United. Hernandez will take it in as they cycle it to Todev, who haven't said his name too much quite yet as he gets some of his first few touches and gets himself stuck into this one. Long ball in towards that back post. Just too long, it'll be out for a goal kick.
Yeah, thought he kept that one in. But back to what you said about Totev, you know, it's one of those things we haven't said his name a whole lot, but that's kind of a good thing, especially when you are playing that sixth role back there in that midfield.
Yeah.
You don't want to have to say his name too much. That means he's doing the job that he needs to do.
Winning the position battle, of course, and not too much busy work in the midfield as well. It's been cycled nicely, possession in all sorts of spots on the pitch here this morning. As you see, NSC trying to keep it in bounds. They just couldn't. Possession squeaks away from them. It'll be a Five Stripes throw on this near sideline. So it'll be Grayson Armstead for Atlanta United to take this throw. Vicente shows short here, and they'll go all the way back for Moore. We'll cycle it into Oliver. Absorbs that pressure and spreads it out wide. Lofted ball in for the run of Vicente, trying to see if he can find that channel. Barely got himself onto possession, but Peeler does nicely to split his own center backs and clear it off of the line.
Yeah, that's what's so dangerous. Enriquez was right there. I think it just missed time where that ball was going to go. It went right past him, and then Vicente's right there, almost ready to capitalize, but Peeler, with great awareness, comes in and just clears it.
And here's more of that house special for Vicente. He just couldn't quite get himself positioned there. Didn't know he was that tight to the touchline. It'll be a throw for NSC, but again, that's just what he does so well, Madison, of sticking in the shoulder, holding up play, and now you see the big fella going top gear. Here's Peeler, cuts back on his own end line there and then goes long. The confidence out of Peeler so far today has been there. Now you see a threaded ball right through the channel of that Five Stripes back line. De Silva comes off and is able to scoop nicely, handles the pressure well.
Yeah, that was Jean-Baptiste, too. He made the run all the way, shielded him all the way, too. Shielded it for his keeper. That's exactly what you want to see from your back line. Doing everything you can to help your goalkeeper out, especially in a moment like that.
Here's Armstead. He'll dash it out wide towards Henry, but Peeler off of his line once again. Nicely done. Peeler has been very active so far in this one, but goes to show, Madison, we've been saying his name a whole lot, which means the Five Stripes have been knocking on the doorstep.
Yeah, they've been getting things going. A lot of the more dangerous chances have been going for Atlanta, and Peeler's done a good job of handling it really well. I think it shows the confidence that he has, in especially him in between the posts, and that he's comfortable with the ball at his feet as well, being able to handle the pressure that Vicente is bringing.
Which nowadays in modern football, of course, so important to be able, as you see again, very high, 12 yards outside of his own 18-yard box. Playing out from the back, lofting it over the top, trying to see if they can go long and over that Five Sharps back line. Couldn't win the first one. Five Sharps win the second one. Contested possession, turning and spinning away from pressure was Swansea. They'll win it back in the end. Held up nicely by Saliv, and they'll cycle it all the way back. Drop of the shoulder from Enriquez, nicely done there. Scrapping for possession. Armstead is there to help as well. Foul called in the end, and we'll go the other way for the Five Stripes.
Yeah, there was a shirt grab there as he was being brought down in that moment, and this would be a free kick for Atlanta, but I saw the same thing. As soon as it happened, too, I was like, oh, okay, hold on. I was like, that's a foul.
Here's Moore, who will work it over towards the other side as the Five Stripes try and stack out of the back, all the way back. They will go. Armstead, both hands up, looking for it, seeing if they can find him with some space. Instead, they'll go long and over the top. Here's Henry, who once again has been towing the line of that NSC back line, making sure they spread their space and providing that width here so far for the Five Stripes. A lot of the attack has been done on this left-hand side so far, too, Madison.
Yeah, they've been working a lot on that left side, too. And, I mean, you look over at the right now for Atlanta United, someone wide open over there, too, as well. That's Hernandez. Wide open, too, and that gives you the other options, too. And Nashville's picking up on it. Everyone's swarming that way. It creates more of an open opportunity to get things going on the right.
Amir Henry, beautifully done, melts through the pressure right there and escorts it all the way to his back line. Cool as you like, and right on cue, Madison Cruz. There's that switch to the far side. Can they keep it in bounds? They can. Nice touch from Hernandez as he works away from defensive pressure, and they'll cycle it in towards the back. Here's NSC trying to impose themselves and rise a little bit higher. Armstead will instead have to go all the way back, and they'll work out of the back once again.
That's a good read from Armstead, though. You see the pressures coming, and you see everything's kind of getting a little jumbled up together. Pass it back to your keeper, reset.
Cycled into Armstead perfectly. What a headed ball right into the boots of Henry as they find the far side. Lots of options on the top of the box here. Can they find it? Trying to find the feet of Henry. Armstead goes down to see if he can maintain possession, and the Five Stripes are able to stay with it. Hernandez, filtered ball once again. Here's Jardines. On this far left wing, a cheeky chip ball onto the back post. They couldn't quite get to it. Time at the top of the box, deflected away from the NSC back line and cleared out. Will stay with Atlanta United.
That was a really nice stop from the defensive line for Nashville, too. It just fell right to him, but the pressure with Atlanta, it's on.
Jardines drops the shoulder, loses his man, and is able to maintain possession. He's got Armstead here if they would like for a timed service. As he does, just not enough to it right outside the edge of the area, and Armstead calling for handball there, Madison.
I think the referee got the right call. His hands were right by his side. They were tucked in there.
Switch to that far right side now. A couple of crafty dribbles as the Five Stripes start to absorb that pressure. Down we go. And a foul in the end. Some of that scrappiness. The dial is starting to get turned up here a little bit, Madison.
It's the emotion. It's boiling over in those moments. It's also a really, really fast-paced game with what's happening. You have Nashville who's also coming in for the press. They're being relentless. Atlanta United's doing the exact same thing, too. Some of that pushing and shoving, that could boil over a little bit. I think you're seeing it here. Five
Stripes are really starting to sit on possession now and dominate that aspect of the game as well. Armstead will cycle it back in towards Henry, who thought about a long switch. Instead, will stay with Moore. Oliver. Jean-Baptiste is over there as well, but taken in nicely in the middle by Tota once again, as he's able with some nice dribbles to get away from his man. NSC just clears it, and back come the Five Stripes once again. This has been a bit of a cycle of the Five Stripes start to build out of the back, have an opportunity there, and it's just cleared away by NSC, and away they go again.
It's really good. It's really good pressure and good defending from Nashville. They're able to take it over the top, but unfortunately, Vicente a bit offside. But that's what's good about Nashville. They're holding in that pressure from Atlanta United. But also, too, Atlanta's doing a good job of feeling it out and not picking their passes, not getting overconfident, and not trying to create something out of nothing. They're pulling it back, and they're allowing to build out of the back. And that's the one thing, especially right now, keep it a little bit simple, and then when you see the opportunity, then you make it.
So the Puerto Rican Vicente trying to just climb onto his top gear right there, but couldn't get to it as Peeler will play out of the back once again for NSC. Looks like too many showing of the studs right there in that challenge, so we'll restart here with NSC once again. Long ball from Peeler as he goes high and over the top once again. Escorted nicely by the Five Stripes back line and cleared away once again. Contested win of the first ball, nicely done by Demola Brown, who could rise up to it. Here's Vicente trying to see if he can get himself stuck into that challenge. As possession continues to ping pong its way around. NSC looking for a foul there. As the five stripes stuck in the body, got a little shove put in there, but all below the rule of play here. Armistead, as a back pass, kind of gets away from it, but nicely done by Moore there as he sticks in the shoulder and is able to body away that attack. Oh, there's Moore right there as he looked to go for the clearance, but just difficult position of the arm right there. Let's see where this one is positioned. It looks like it's right on the edge of the box. Haven't seen any indication yet, but it was Moore once again as he kind of flared the back of his boot and tried to get the clearance away right there, but it jumped right up onto his arm. That's pretty innocent arm positioning right there, but at the end of the day, not much you can do, and it looks like we're getting set up for a penalty here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. One of those moments you're trying to clear it, and then as the arms just go, it's a hard one. It's a hard one. I'll have to take another look at it too, especially to see kind of what was going on in that moment.
It's a difficult one for Moore as well, as he just gets caught awkwardly. His body is spinning, and his first reaction is to just stick out the boot and see if he can deflect it away with.
Yeah, and that's what happens too. Just watching it too, as he's trying to stick out the boot, the right foot kind of comes up, and as that does happen, the arm also goes up too.
So for NSC, it's going to be Saliv who steps up to the penalty spot. Can De Silva make himself big? Saliv with a long, winding walk up. Here comes Saliv. What a save by De Silva. Makes himself big, but the tap in for NSC. They're able to get the second chance. De Silva not happy with it as well. But NSC able to make something out of nearly nothing right there. As they get on the board, it's Park who gets away with the squeaked finish there inside the area.
It's the rebound that kills it. And Lucas Elias da Silva, he's able to get the save, and it's really, really good, especially young goalkeeper. You get it right, you dive the right way, you get the save, but it's the rebound afterwards, immediately after that, that just goes right into the back of the net. I think that's the frustration, too. It's one of those where you get the save, and it's like, okay, now you got to get back into this one. Atlanta's down 1-0. How do you get back the energy? Keep things going.
This match has certainly got some rivalry edge in that one as well. You saw as soon as Park was able to toe tap that one away, some contact made with De Silva as well. He got his thoughts in there, and this is the chance now for the five stripes to get stuck back in. How do you respond as we see Vicente, the big man, will get going, and five stripes will try and go the other way. Atlanta's had lots of opportunity in that final third, but it's all about being clinical right there. Just an unfortunate moment from Moore. Not much he could do at all right there, Madison. And you got to say, De Silva as well, guessing the right way, making himself big. Nearly all you can do right there.
Yeah, doing everything you can do in that moment. And it's Nashville just with the quick thing. You see the ball come out, and then you immediately try to capitalize, and they capitalize off the rebound.
Head official calling for the throw as we see Moore rises to it. Vicente is able to get his boot onto it. How's this for a switch? Almost a no-look lofting ball right over the top there as Hernandez is trying to run his way onto it. Oh, how's that for a flick? It's never too early for some trickery this morning into the midst of Peeler. My goodness, what a techie opportunity right there from the five stripes.
Oh, that was nice. That was really, really nice.
Peeler once again without a worry in the world. Kind of fizzes one right into the heart of play right there. It's back with Atlanta United. Held up play was Demola Brown. Far side for Jardines. Back for Brown as he slips away from pressure. Sees if he can go byline right there. Vicente was in the area. Lofted ball again towards the back post. Henry, oh, just over framework. Good opportunity once again for Atlanta United. The five stripes are knocking Matty Cruz.
That was all Brown, too. They're making the run there to still keep it in play as it comes in. The shot takes the deflection, able to then recycle it. And then Henry's right there almost getting it, and it's going to be a corner here on the other side, and it's going to be another opportunity. But Atlanta's banging on the door.
What an opportunity as well. Just kind of a guided flicked-on header. You could watch it all the ways it made its way on nearly towards that top corner right there. So the five stripes will work from the other side. Another corner service here. It'll be an in-swinger flicked on at that front post. Just couldn't find anybody in the heart of the area. NSC able to get a deflected clearance there, and it'll stay with Music City.
Yeah, Atlanta's banging on the door. The one thing they can't do, you know, you're down 1-0. Don't get discouraged with that, too. You're getting a lot of shots in the box. You're getting things going. You keep up the pressure, keep up the energy, and the goals are going to come. You keep things going. Don't get too antsy in those moments.
Five Stripes got to be content with how quickly they responded right there as well. Just a beautiful opportunity building right out of the back once again as they do. Here we see a throw on that far side. And from back to front we go, just like you said, Maddie. That patent of dial the ball, seeing if he can have some fearless center backs. Snapping the lines, De Silva goes long and over the top into the chest of Henry, who brings it down nicely. How's this for a bit of worked play? Armistead, first time, right into the middle of Vicente. Trying to see if he could position himself to bring it down. Couldn't get to it. NSC is able to pounce on it first. And here he comes with that signature pressure. Getting stuck in as NSC once again goes long. Brought down nicely by Swansea. And flicked on. Pounced on it nicely there by the Five Stripes back line. Can they get their positioning right again as we see Music City onto the counter once again. Filter ball in for Park, but he's offside. Talk about timing your line just right as a defense there, Madison. That was a close one.
Yeah, you had two players on Nashville driving in on that right side. That's a touch offside as they're making that step. Just didn't time it well, but the quick reaction from the back line as well for Atlanta, that's something that we got to watch too. You got to be able to track back immediately because of how fast Nashville can get back into the attack. Make sure you got numbers there.
I've been blown away as well, Madison, just by the buildup on this left side too. You'll see a ball from Moore right into the boots of Armistead and his ability to just link up with a 1-2 or a chipped ball over the top right into the channel of the back line too. Again, there are some fullbacks, some defenders on this side that can include themselves in the midfielder in the attack whenever you like, and that's what makes that positioning so fluid and so dangerous to try and mark if you're the opposition.
Yeah, Armistead almost looking a little bit like Jordi Alba at times on that left side, stepping up too. He's getting more into the attack and he's stepping up too, but immediately he can track back and get some things going and get back defensively, helping the Five Stripes. But then, like you said, delivering those beautiful balls that just curl almost right to Vicente in that one moment can really help the Five Stripes find something.
Well, here comes NSC back the other way. Of course, Saliv has been instrumental in that midfield as you see him taking on two different Five Stripes. And this has been a big tendency of Nashville as well, Madison, to still hold up play for a little bit and have often gone for just the airmail delivery so far today that hasn't really been able to establish itself as they've tried to find Swansea, haven't really been able to establish somebody as that hold-up player to bring back possession, win those second balls, and see if they can build up from there.
Yeah, I think that's a credit to Atlanta's defense, too, that they're holding Swansea a lot. They're not allowing him to get anywhere close to the ball in any means, and it's forcing Nashville, when you don't have the outlet, you got to just try something over the top, and unfortunately that ball goes over the play, but it also allows for Atlanta to then get back the other way, and also, too, Nashville can then put the pressure, too, when Atlanta does have the ball.
Armistead takes on two. Here's Moore. Tries to swing his boot around it. Henry will come to help. Deflected off of Henry. Will stay with Music City. Into the middle once again for Saliv, who goes down easily. There's Henry right there with the foul.
Yeah, just a little bit of frustration there with that one. As you're trying to make the turn, Nashville makes it, and just that grab there of the jersey to swing him around.
Something as well, Madison, that makes the 404 so special as we approach the year of the footy eclipse, as I like to say, with the World Cup coming next year as well. You see all these umbrellas here in the stands. The parents, the fans, the 17s are always coming out, and that's what makes the 404 so special. As you see NSC climbing onto the attack, lofted, bouncing ball right into the heart of the area, but Armistead able to get a boot and clear it away, and it'll stay with NSC.
I think that's good from Armistead. As you had De Silva, he was right there. He could have gotten that run there, but I think just from where the direction of the ball was going to go, just to be safe, you knock it out. You help your goalkeeper in that moment.
And some tricks of the commentary trade as well, as I shout out Jason Longshore, whipping out the binoculars for the first time this morning to take a look and see who we got on the service here for this corner. Will he show me the number? Might not get to put him to use, but it'll come back here later in this match as we see NSC getting ready for a corner service in this one. Lots of bodies at that second post. In swinger. Handled nicely by the Five Stripes. Pouncing back onto possession is NSC Krikorian. Trying to see if he can shrug off Five Stripes, and they're able to keep possession and build out. Chip ball in towards the back post, but stepped onto nicely by Moore. Can Atlanta United work their way up and see if they can reestablish themselves here and get a counter out of something? It'll be cycled back for Nashville SC all the way back into the boots of Peeler.
Yeah, the defending on that corner was really, really good from the Five Stripes too. You had Totev with using all of his height, stepping up. He headed that ball out of play. That then allowed for Nashville to recycle. But again, the compose of the back line to come in and steal it and then force almost that wayward cross trying to float it into the other side. Moore's able to step up and clear it.
Moore as well just transmits so much amount of calmness back there in that line as well. Of course, he's appeared with lots of the different categories of the U.S. national team youth systems as well, and having him back there, not only his communication, his positioning as well is huge. We see that Five Stripes back line going to ground. Nice tackle getting stuck in right there as Oliver makes a crucial tackle and sends it way wide for an NSC throw.
Oh, Oliver timed that perfectly too. I watched him make the run all the way too, and I was like, oh, he's doing it. He timed it so well.
One of those where you can see it coming all the way. There's few things that are nicer than watching a curler go in, but a crispy slide tackle is certainly up there as well. As you see NSC holding up play, sticking in the body nicely, seeing if they can get a shot away. It's deflected all alone at that back post dangerously. Here comes Jones towards on net, and then a volley that skies way wide right there. De Silva will say he had that front post covered.
That's, again, good positioning from De Silva. He reads it very well. He's able to immediately get to the other side of the post where it's wide open. He's able to bring himself low enough, pushes it away, and then with the help of his back line, it gets cleared.
So Jean-Baptiste will go way wide for Jardine as they tried to help him out as he made that long run all the way into the heart of the NSC area. As we see that Five Stripes bench starting to rise and some of the guys starting to get warmed up. Have to see if we see some changes in this one, and if so, who? It's Vicente trying to hold up play against two different NSC players. They'll maintain possession. Seeing if they can cycle it back towards the left. Nice tidy dribbling. Totev gets away from a couple. Five Stripes putting a couple of different options there right onto the edge of the area. We'll see what they do with it here. Surely they're thinking about whipping one onto the forehead either of Moore or Vicente. That's flicked on by Brown, but in the end right into the midst of Peeler. Here comes Moore one-on-one once again. It's Jones. Goes all alone towards that front post and slots it side netting as well. Make it 2 for Music City here from Marietta, Georgia.
Yeah, it's the quick break from Nashville, and that's where they can kill you on the counter there. 1v1, just putting on the gas. Believe it was Sion Jones. He made the run all the way through, and it's a clinical finish that's able to get past De Silva.
Beautifully done as well as he's able to just stretch all the width that he had in the play possible. Go one-on-one with De Silva and see if he could get the angle, and he does. Slots it inside netting. There was only one spot he could go with it to get that finish, but he's able to. How did the Five Stripes respond now as the visitors make it a 2-goal lead here from Marietta?
What's also so cool about that goal as well, too, is Ion Jones. He also had a defender right on him, too. It was right there, and then he's still able to get the shot there. But it's like you said, how does Atlanta respond now? You're down 2-0. You got to keep your composure here.
And, of course, this is the first of 2 matchups that are coming your guys' way this morning, courtesy of Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Of course, Joe Fryhofer and Madison Cruz with you. Pretty soon we'll be calling in the big guns of Jason Longshore, who's watching along with us and does a bit of everything for this club. Of course, right now he's broadcast production. A little bit later, he'll be color commentary. And then later tonight, he'll be on the first team call as well. Just one of the many names who gives a bit of everything for the Five Stripes. As we see, we got a player slightly banged up here for NSC, able to rise to his feet. And we will continue play.
Yeah, Jason wearing all the hats.
That's right. Maddie Cruz, of course, as well, was able to celebrate her birthday on the road in Nashville for what was a massive 3 points for the Five Stripes first team, and of course, Madison, you being able to be there in person to watch that Ronald Hernandez and Miguel Almiron mate celebration there in that far corner. As a avid mate consumer myself, I can tell you I was thrilled with that celebration and hoping to see if maybe we can get another episode of Matecito Martes. Here's a ball in for Jones, who was all alone right in the heart of the area, in the mouth of chaos, if you will, but able to clear it away as the 5 stripes is a scrappy challenge right there. Foul on NSC. We'll go with the 5 stripes the other way. Jones was so alone right there. I don't think he even thought about maybe going on to goal. He just thought I might as well just nod this on and see if somebody can accompany it for the finish.
Yeah, that's the one thing, too, when you have Swansea as well, who can be that top striker, too. Sometimes you forget, as you're marking him, you forget about Jones, who's so quick and can get into those spots. I will say, I did mean to ask you about that celebration and how you like that one in Nashville.
All too well, man. I can tell you, I leaped off of the couch. I was also on vacation for that one, but was actually enjoying a mate as I was watching that match as well, so.
You brought the good mojo, and that's what you needed.
Absolutely. That's all you need to do. Vicente sticking in the body here. Foul on the 5 stripes. So NSC will just cycle it all the way up to the spot, and then they will work from their own half. Well, it's been end-to-end. This match has had a bit of everything, of course, as we saw a penalty call there in the 5 stripes box. Armistead trying to squeak it forward towards Henry. Snatched back up by Music City. Work nicely away from pressure and into the middle here, Saliv. 1-2 with him and coming on Jardine, nicely done. Here's Amir Henry, flicked on past 1. Can he go past 2 as he sticks in the shoulder as well? Holds up play nicely. He's got a runner at the back post, goes alone. Oh, it's off the post. What a strike for Henry. He was thinking about Vicente, was at that back post as well, and instead decided to go alone and just kisses it off of that near post.
Ooh, that's the energy, though. Amir Henry, he's just so quick and getting to those spots.
Brown leaves it for Armistead. We'll go all the way back for Todev. Jumps the ball right in, left down by Henry as he tries to go for the volley. Does it take a touch off of anybody? It does not. It's a goal kick for NSC. So here come the 5 stripes. We were talking about responding here, Madison. They're starting to empty the tank right now in this first half.
Oh, yeah, and it starts with that run from Amir Henry. I have to go back to it. I mean, it's so good. He's able to beat, has a Nashville defender right on him the entire time, is able to beat him, then get inside the goal, and is able to cut around and then just whips it, and it just touches off of the post.
One of my favorite parts of being on commentary duty with Madison Cruz, whether it's play-by-play or color as well, you can almost feel her getting sucked into the play as they happen as well. She leans forward on a couple of these chances, had her arm up as well during these slide tackles. You live the beautiful game, and that's what we do here in the 404s. Possessions ricocheted out. It'll be a throw on that far sideline for the 5 stripes.
I'm very passionate, Joe. I get excited.
And that's what we love. That's what we need in the beautiful game. You see a long throw taken. Here's Vicente, who tried a fancy heel flick onto the back post. Couldn't quite get to it. Possession scrapping there on that far edge of the box, and instead they'll work it back in. Jardine, as he tried to bring it down and see if he could find a teammate, but instead Music City goes with a safe option and blasts it wide for a throw for the 5 stripes once again.
Jardine has also been very, very good for the 5 stripes, too. He's been someone who's been really engaging and very involved in the attack, too, involved in that press, and then just trying to connect the dots and get everything going.
So moral work out of that back line with Oliver. De Silva has to come off of his line, but able to time it up nicely. Air mails it, and Vicente is, instead of trying to battle the sun and get possession, he's just going to wait for it. Amir Henry as well has been fluid. He's been distributing the ball beautifully. Had a couple of chances as well. Look at this overlapping run all the way onto that far right wing. Chopping it back nicely. Hernandez staying with it. Tries to slip past 2, but just can't keep the ball at his feet right here. And look at this, Madison Cruz. We've got a free kick in a dangerous, with a capital D, position right here.
Dangerous position. Referee looked to Nashville. Looked like he said he looked at the ankle. I think he clipped him up as he was trying to get there, and the bodies got all tangled up. But it's a really, really dangerous opportunity for Atlanta United to try to get a goal on the board.
Let's see now who's going to be over this one. Of course, as we see, Jardine is one of the options right there, so he can, with his right boot, wrap it around. As they discuss who's going to be the designated taker as well. Of course, you got some options at that back post. You've also got Vicente. You've got more tempting options here as well. What will the Five Stripes do? The wall getting set up for Music City. So we got Jardine and we got Hernandez. Who's going to be the one to finish it? Get the head order. Jardine will run over it. Hernandez! Spread wide right there. Nice save by Peeler. Was on target. That's all you can ask for from a position right there. We got a Five Stripes corner.
Hernandez just with the clinical shot. I mean, absolutely clinical in that moment. He's able to try it, and then Peeler reads it perfectly on the swarm of bodies that are around him. He's able to dive the right way, pushes it out for the corner.
So we got Jardine once again, who is the service tactician as well. He's always sharp. He'll go towards that front post, trying to see if they can get a flicked on second chance right there, getting stuck right into the mix. Jean-Baptiste. Look at the hustle from Jardine as well right there. He climbed all the way up nearly towards our brand new Emory studio right there as he's able to get the ball back. Of course, the Emory Healthcare Studio, very excited about the future of that. Here comes Jardine. Once again, low and towards that front post. It'll be headed away. So the Five Stripes taking their sweet time here, just knocking on the door once again. Can they get something out of this first half?
Yeah, this one instead is going to be a throw-in for the Five Stripes too. So it's interesting how we'll play this one. They play it short too.
Jardine once again trying to see if he can get away with service from this near side. It'll be Todev with a wrapping ball, but it'll go in the end right into the midst of Peeler, who's thinking about delivering quickly, and he does. Tries to go over the top to see if he can beat that Five Stripes back line, but accompanied nicely. Music City able to pounce on it once again. Can they get help? Todev stuck in the boot, but not able to get onto it. Spread wide once again to Guess Who? Jones, who's been very active. Strike on goal, saved nicely by De Silva.
De Silva again. I mean, the quick reaction time with him. It says it will be another shirt grab too on Nashville, and a yellow will be shown. But again, De Silva once again, just great reaction time too. But that's something the Five Stripes have to watch out for. Jones has been wide open on that right side a lot of times in this game. You got to close him down because he's using that entire right flank to get things going for Nashville.
Of course, one of the side effects of having fullbacks such as Armistead, of course, and being so willing to climb high, incorporate himself, and provide a bit of width and extra service as a fullback, tracking back as well. And of course, you get away with it when you have a player like Moore and Alver in that back line to combine and try and hold down the foundation of the defensive spine. But Five Stripes are trying to dial up the attack and see if they can respond in this one. It'll be Armistead. Takes that throw in towards the boots of Vicente. Deflected in a way for a Five Stripes throw. Once again, in a similar position here on this near sideline. So Armistead and Henry are right there. Here's Vicente as well, who's going to post up against his defender. Armistead trying to find the 1-2 right there for Todev. Oh, look at the crafty dribbles there from Vicente. Todev will hold it up, and we'll go all the way back for more. What will they do with it here as they cycle it? Alver will go back to Moore. Vicente distributes it in nicely. What a side boot touch from Henry as he goes past his marker. Tries to fizz one on target there, but he just runs out of room, and nicely done by NSC. They're sticking in the body and closing down Henry. Not much more he could do.
Yeah, did a really good job of stopping that run from Henry, forcing him to go all the way to the end line to then try something as it hits the outside netting of the goal.
So Peeler's going to once again take his time with this one. And of course, if you're Nashville SC, you got to be content, Madison, with this performance in this first half so far.
Done a good job. You got goals on the board, and then you also done a good job of closing down Atlanta in those moments.
Armistead does a nice job of sticking himself in and winning the ball that first time, deflected away, and it'll be a throw for the Five Stripes. They go long into the insole of Vicenti's. He tries to bring it down. Crashed away by Music City. It'll be a throw for the 404. Outside of the very unfortunate deflection that caused the penalty, been very content with the work from Oliver and from Moore as well. Vicenti goes down right here on this near sideline as he's hanging on to himself here in a little bit of pain. Let's see if he's all right as the Puerto Rican is able to stand up here, helped up by Moore. It'll be Armistead to take it. They'll go quickly for Brown. Totev shows in the middle instead. They'll cycle it for Oliver. This Five Stripes backline has got some height as well. Jean-Baptiste trying to see if we can get him a little more active in this game as well. Hernandez, nice little magnetic touch there in the middle as he's able to hold it up. Totev. Ball spills away from him in the end. Here comes NSC trying to stretch play. Look at this for a little turn as he loses his marker, Salih, but won right back by Amir Henry. Stuck in one-on-one between him and Salih. And then there's Totev who tries to have the final say. It'll be a foul on Atlanta United.
The pressure there, it's good work from Brown and from Henry too. They work together, able to win the ball back the other way. But Nashville also once again too really quick to win back the ball and then try to attack.
Jean-Baptiste goes all the way into the very active mid so far in this first half of the morning for Da Silva. Got to be content with what he's been able to do in this one, of course, being able to guess correctly. Here's Armistead who goes down. We've been able to keep this one under control, but here comes some educational words here from our head official, and making sure we keep things under control into this second half. Is once again, it's a rivalry match from top to bottom, Madison. These two sides know how it went just the other week before international break, and trying to see if they can even the accounts here this morning. But the Five Stripes are going to want to continue their three-point ways. Speaking of, here comes Brown, sticks in his studs nicely, trying to get the help of Jardine. Vicenti makes his presence known as well as he bowls over his defender. Foul on Vicenti.
Yeah, I think it's the boiling point of the rivalry as well. I think you're also dealing too with the idea that, you know, Atlanta United's trying to get back into this one. They're going to fight. They're going to be relentless, and they're going to try anything that they can to get back into it. Nashville's having to go up against that too, and that builds another level of frustration.
As they say as well, there's the most dangerous lead in football, which of course is the 2-0 lead, sitting on a brace right now. But let's see if the Five Stripes can crack it at home. Here comes NSC, Music City building out from the other way. Krikorian, filtered ball onto that far side. Looks like it's Park who's going to try and go byline right there, right against that near post, but held up once again. Da Silva had it covered as well as his back line. And it's going to be NSC with a corner here as we approach the end of this first half.
It was the work of Da Silva and then Oliver as well, making the run there too. Did enough to stop that run as it takes that deflection out for the corner.
So dying few moments of this first half here as we see the beautiful sunshine starting to pour in here from Marietta, Georgia, and our Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. We want to say thank you so much to Children's for making this stream possible. Service sent in here by NSC right into the mouth of chaos. Vicenti was able to get the first touch to it. Here comes Armistead all the way from his left back position, who's able to keep it away from being a corner and flicks it out. It goes back to NSC. They're thinking about cycling it to that far side as they do. Here's Moore, comes off his line, times that challenge perfectly. Away it goes for another corner here for Nashville.
Yeah, you had Armistead over there on the left side. He's able to keep it in play, stop that run too, and then Nashville's able to pick it up. And then you had Moore making the run in immediately to knock it out, to stop anything going on that right side.
Thoroughly impressed once again with just this back line of the Five Stripes. Have been able to handle the situations nicely so far. And then Da Silva holding it down there between the sticks. Here's another service right into the heart of the area, but guess who? Vicenti, first one to rise to it. Second chance service, knocked in yet once again by Vicenti as they cycle it wide. Bland trying to work it in towards the heart of the area, unable to do it. It'll deflect right back out towards the boots of Bland. Del Monte all the way in towards that back post. Possession recovered by Salih, who's been everywhere on the pitch. Tries to squeak past his defender. Jardine in the end is going to get the convicting clearance, and the wind will push this one all the way back towards the halfway line. Here's this double press coming from Jardine. And it looked like Henry as well as they come way out of that back line and try and see if they can get something out of this first half. Nashville, Salih in the end. They'll hold it up. They'll stick in the body as well. There's been some chippiness in this first half, and that's what you love to see. It's been end-to-end action, and this match so far, Madison, has been a dream way to start the day. Had a bit of everything.
You're starting the day out with a bang, basically. that's where it's beginning right now. I don't think anything's stopping anytime soon.
Oliver's going to escort it all the way back to Silva. Came off of his line, and that's going to do it for the first 45 here from Marietta, Georgia, between Atlanta United U18 and Nashville SC U18. We've got Music City sitting on a 2-0 lead. Madison Cruz, what are you looking to see here in this second half from both sides?
We'll start with Music City. We'll start with them. I think they got to keep up with what they're doing. They're holding things well enough. The one thing that I think they need to watch out for is you have the 2-0 lead, but like you said, it's one of the most dangerous leads you can have in soccer. Don't get too comfortable. Stay focused, stay switched on, because there's been moments in that pressure for Vicente where Henry have been able to win the ball back and go back the other way. Stay composed in those moments. For Atlanta United, they have the right momentum. They got to continue to get into the attacking half and be clinical in front of goal in those moments. And the same thing for them too. Be more composed, be switched on. Don't let the emotions of this rivalry get to you.
We live the game, we feel the game, and that's where we're going to be for this second half. That's Madison Cruz. I'm Joe Freihofer. Stay with us here from Marietta, Georgia. We got a fresh 45 coming your way right after this. We're back here from Marietta, Georgia with some Saturday morning brunch football. It's Madison Cruz and Joe Freihofer here with you as we've got Atlanta United U18 taking on NSC U18 in Madison. What has been a scrapper of a first half. There was a bit of everything. We had penalty action. We had flicked on headers onto that back post that were curling in just over frame. And now it's all about, can the Five Stripes respond against the most dangerous lead in football, 2-0?
Listen, and I think for Atlanta, they've been in the match. Just because it is 2-0, they're going to get back into this one if they can pick the right moments and get things going forward.
And speaking of, right away, we've got some action from back to front right here. As you can see, NSC trying to come onto the press right away and see if they can get a fortunate deflected action. But De Silva was back home and back ready for it as well. Jean-Baptiste able to get onto it as we see some fresh faces onto the pitch here, of course, for both sides. As you take a look, Blalik for Atlanta United U18 on the pitch here, number 16, as we also see Peacock making his way out there as well. Here come the Five Stripes right away. Jardine trying to find that run of Blalik, but just couldn't find his boots. Here comes NSC back the other way. Bland. Stepped onto nicely, and away come the Five Stripes with it. Trickling ball. Here's Blalik. Can he get past the keeper? Oh, just took too much distance right there. As tight of an angle as you can get. And Blalik right away starting off the second half. He's got a massive opportunity, Madison Cruz.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant. The step to able to win it back, and then Blalik is able to come in, and unfortunately he gets a little bit closer enough, so he tries the tough angle to try to get the shot in.
So we'll play again from right to left for NSC and from left to right for the Five Stripes. Speaking of, here comes NSC right now. Bland going one-on-one with his man. He's going to go by Jean-Baptiste. Baptiste accompanies him nicely. Bland will recycle it back. They'll nod it all the way back here for Krikorian, and they'll work it across that back line. Devin all the way back in for Bland, who once again finds himself in some space. He'll go first time on the service low, but no problem right there as the Five Stripes handle it nicely. Getting his first touch of this second half is Oliver right there. Been very active in that back line as he continues to partner with Moore.
Yeah, that partnership has been fun to watch, too. In the first half and even now, just the way that they're able to work off of each other and what they need to do and picking their moments.
So it's going to be some NSC service here from this near corner. As you get this first corner of the second half, again, a flying first half for Music City. 2-0 lead here on the road against the Five Stripes U18 here from Marietta. Right into the heart of the area. My goodness, that missed the crossbar by no more than a foot here. An arid touch. Cleared away. Looks like it's going to stay for a corner for Music City. Let's take a second look here. It's an opportunity that is just barely blasted over. A clutch clearance here from the Five Stripes defense. Nashville going to get a second opportunity. Two hands hoisted in the air. Right into that back post again. Clear open header chance for Music City. But just couldn't quite get what he wanted on the end of it. There was Devin once again with a wide open chance at that back post, Madison. Fortunate for the Five Stripes.
Yeah, really fortunate to get out of that one, especially just with the corners too. Nashville has been really, really deadly in those set piece opportunities. Something to watch for, especially as the half continues.
So Oliver will work it back over for Moore. Exchange between them, and they'll work it up the right side instead. Lofted over the top. Peacock is up there. Blalik will take it on. Nice little fancy flick as he goes by. He's got his man. Here's the run of Peacock, but right into the midst there of Peeler for solid opportunity for Atlanta United here in the second half.
Man, what a touch, too, in that moment. That turn to able to then break the other way. That's really, really good.
So too much for the body in that challenge there by Moore as he retreats all the way back to his back line. It'll be a throw in or free kick rather, excuse me, for NSC from the back as they again work from right to left. They'll go all the way back for Peeler, who will swing it across as they try and find Bland in some space, and he gallops his way onto it. He's got a couple of runners here, and he's able to find Park. One-on-one with Oliver. Keeps on his favorite right as he tries to wrap it around that second post. De Silva, the Peruvian, had it covered.
Had it covered all the way, but Oliver does a good job, too, of putting his whole body there. It's just about blocking Nashville enough to force a shot to try something.
Jean-Baptiste, here comes Peacock as well, climbing onto it again as they get in the blast from Madison Cruz. You see that 5 stripes press starting to work its way upward.
I love that from Peacock, because even if it is just one step, you get a touch to it, but then you also force Nashville all the way back in their back line. That allows you to press and get forward.
Escorted nicely by Oliver. Flicking header right into the boots of Moore, and they'll go all the way back for Da Silva.
Again, that's that good partnership, too. You have Oliver and Moore. So Oliver's holding off there, trying not to let Nashville through, and then you have Moore who's able to then head it down and pass it back to Da Silva.
So Jardine called there for a bit of tugging in the midfield. Once again, it's been a solid performance from Saliv in that NSC midfield as well, but impressed with him end-to-end action. As you see Music City trying to continue on this momentum here for the second half. Look at a free kick. A fair ways out from the area right here. Bland will work his way over to it with his left boot and see what he can do with it. As he'll swing it inward, possibly towards that back post. You see a looping run there on that backside from Enriquez. Brought down in the area, too much contact. Free kick for Atlanta United. They'll work it up for Balak, who's been tidy on his touches so far. This one just gets away from him a little bit. Ball didn't climb out how he liked it. NSC will instead push it back in towards their defensive spine. Devin working its way over towards Enriquez, and they'll work it into the middle and see if they can push into the channels here. Here's Brown. Accompanies on the defensive pressure. Moore comes off his line. Off of the post onto the back post. Offside. Park couldn't believe it. Found himself all alone there at the back post, but the linesman said not so fast.
Yeah, just got a touch over there with just a little bit too trigger happy, trying to make that run there as it came right to him.
Bland jumps on possession once again and wins it back for Nashville. Calls for a bit of calma from the back line as they're able to fit it into the middle. Krikorian. Chip ball over the top, just couldn't time that run rightly. Right that time from Park as he's able to continue to escort it. Jean-Baptiste will stick in the shoulder. They'll have a throw in deep on their own sideline here in this third.
That play is so small from Jean-Baptiste, but it's so important and it's so intelligent too. You know the runner's there, but still doing enough with the shoulder to knock him off and then let it roll over for the throw-in.
Peacock's able to nicely flick it onto Brown, and here they go climbing on with numbers. Here's Henry once again, who has been fantastic as he gets by 2, goes for a strike, but just couldn't get it through that NSC backline. Madison, he has been slippery with the dribbles in this match.
Just, I think the way he's been able to stay up too in those moments and get into the attack, it's so smart and it's so fun to watch.
Jean-Baptiste looping ball right into the middle. There's Peacock, who finds himself with some space. He's been crucial as well, being able to get some solid touches and make sure build-up can continue out from the back as they move it all the way back. Over once again to his partner in crime, Moore. Moore tried to cycle it forward, but Armistead was just a little bit further upfield, I think, than Moore expected. A bit of frustration from that pair. Music City will take it going the other way. So a throw for Nashville right along their own bench here. I was going to say, not so fast. Take a few steps back here. That's as far as you can go. Instead, able to get a little courtesy hop in that one as he's able to get it in bounds. Saliv once again. Tidy chop around the defensive pressure. And they're all the way back for that NSC back line. Saliv once again showing, forming a part of that defensive line so that Bland can climb even higher. He's way high on this left flank, but they weren't able to get to him. Pressure nicely done from Jardine, and now they're able to find him. Look how much space he's got, but too much on the ball. I think Bland thought that was going to fall perfectly to him and didn't anticipate the power on it that time.
Yeah, I was just trying to switch the play, get it over to the left, but I just not on the same page there with how powerful that shot was coming right to him.
Tighty turn in the middle from Todev. Moore works it back out and is able to connect this time with Armistead, who's been instrumental in that play style. Here's Brown, absorbs a bit of pressure nicely. The home faithful are urging on Henry, who's been able to get past a lot. Look at this for a ball. One-on-one, it's Peacock. Tries to go around Peeler. Big contact made in the box, but cleanly, nicely done as Peeler comes off of his line and is able to explode the ball there out of the feet from Peacock. How's that for a turn? Loses his man and goes one way. Here's Jardine. Turns back and goes the other. He'll leave it for Todev. Takes on two, goes down right along the edge of the box there. They'll say clean play once again, sticking in the shoulder right there. It's difficult as both players are trying to make a play on the ball, and he goes down right there in the edge of the box. It's always difficult to get a pull of the whistle in a spot like that. Here's Brown as he tries to win back possession for the Five Stripes, and we'll get a stop in play here finally as we see two players down.
It's one thing you go back to the initial, you go back to the collision between Peacock as well as Peeler. I think that's the right call. I think Peeler gets there in time. He's able to clean it out. He's able to do what he needs to do there. It's the second one then that rotates two around. You had two players that just kind of using your body. You're basically body blocking them in that moment too, and it's right in the box. That one, a little questionable for me.
Aguilar is the one down for NSC right now as he continues to hold on to what looks like his left boot here, and we're seeing some indications from our head referee to get the medical team out on right here. So we'll take a look. The binoculars getting put to use. How's that, Jason Longshore, for a little commentary classic? This one, Madison Cruz, has been end-to-end from front to back. And again, Five Stripes have been able to impose themselves really well in this one. Respond how you like to. And again, if you can make something happen early in this one to feel like you can get a big breath out and see if you can impose your style of play a little bit more in the second half, take your time. There's plenty of it right now.
You have a lot of time, and I think also, too, that goal that went off for offsides, too, for Nashville is a good wake-up call in that moment, too. Being switched on in those moments and making sure that even though you are trying to get back into this game, you do have to push numbers forward. You still have to be really solid defensively, especially with how quick Nashville can get back in on the counter.
So Aguilar will get up and feel himself out here. First time he's able to get up to his feet after that challenge. Down in the middle, let's see if he can continue to go here as he gets more help here from the medical staff and everybody hydrates up here as the temperature continues to rise in what's going to be a heater of today. If you're watching right now this stream presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, make sure you don't go anywhere. Jason Longshore and Madison Cruz will have the U16 matchup between these two sides coming up as Aguilar makes his way off of the pitch here. And we will see a change here for NSC coming in as we continue to push our way towards the 60th minute here in this one. So just to show you how much of a Swiss Army knife Madison Cruz is, she's going to possibly do some play-by-play, maybe some color for that second match. And then, of course, you guys got to make sure you tune in to 92.9 The Game tonight for the signature match day mixtape as well, dropped by Madison Cruz. Here comes NSC, the visitors, trying to waste no time. Top of the box, skied over the crossbar. Swansea, difficult moment right there as he caught it first time. You'd like to have that one back.
Yeah, I was leaning just a little bit too far back with that shot there as it came right to him. It just flies over the crossbar.
Jean-Baptiste will flick it on to Oliver. Working it in towards Brown, and here come the Five Stripes. Back the other way. They'll cycle it all the way up high for Henry, who loses his marker. Possession will stay with Atlanta United. It'll be a throw on that far sideline. I've been so impressed, Madison, with Henry's ability to get by two, maybe three markers at a time and make something out of nothing.
It's the speed, and then I think it's just his ability on the ball, too. I talked about it in the first half, but his confidence. It's as soon as he gets the ball at his feet, he just charges forward. He focuses on what is ahead of him and when the ball at his feet, too, and he's able just to push players away and get into those little pockets, too.
Well, guess who? It's Henry once again as he tried to find a threading ball there into the middle for Armistead, who always loves to climb into that final third and see if he can become a part of that build-up here as we approach the 60th minute here of this match. Again, NSC U18s with the 2-0 lead against Atlanta United U18s. We're thrilled that you're joining us this morning for some more Saturday football brunch here from Marietta, Georgia. A beautiful day for it. If you don't have plans this evening, make sure you're either tuned into the MLS Season Pass on Apple TV for Atlanta United against the Columbus Crew, And if you'd like to pull up in person to the best venue, not just in football, but in sports, Mercedes-Benz Stadium is your spot to be tonight for a 7:40 kickoff. Stiff challenge there in the middle, but Armistead is able to get back onto it. He'll chip it into the mouth of chaos right there in the middle. Was Brown, tried to see if he could get his forehead onto some service. Spun away from pressure, Krikorian. And we will go the opposite direction with it. Five Stripes ball. Brown looking to take the throw in quickly here. So we've got another player down in the middle. And that chippiness, Madison, is continuing to show itself here. As Jardine looks like he might have been the one involved in the challenge. Just left the boot a little long there. And it's one of those where if your studs are stuck into the grass there and somebody else comes in late and tries to blast possession away, you're always going to be the one that feels a bit more of the challenge.
Yeah, feeling the sting of that one a little bit too. He's up on his feet now. That's good to see.
Saliv back up and okay. So Jean-Baptiste will be the one to take the throw here. So he received some orders from Oliver there for a second. Instead, it'll be Toto who shows. Try to get a quick service off there. It'll trickle all the way out in what should be a Five Stripes corner, and it is. This is going to be an awesome opportunity to see if Atlanta United can continue to impose themselves here as we approach the 62nd minute. Everybody moving their way into the box. Jardine is going to be the one to knock this one in. Hand raised. Lofted in, goes short towards that front post, but brought down nicely by Peacock. He's able to recycle it back out. Jardine gets himself organized with a touch tight towards that end line. Deflected, another corner for the Five Stripes.
That's good work. It falls right back to Jardine. You try the lower cross as it's coming in, and then it also forces, again, another deflection out over the end line for another corner.
So we'll switch the free kick taker. Looks like it's going to be Armistead on this one for an in-swinger as he mounts it up just right for his left boot. Five Stripes starting to crowd that front post. Instead, they'll go on towards the back post, right into the area. Peeler off his line to punch, flicked on towards that back post. Looked like Moore was there, but he's able to work it back. Here's Henry, lifts it over the bar.
Oh, so close so many times in this match. Amir Henry, he's like an inch away from finding the back of the net.
And that was Brown with the opportunity, just lifted it barely over the crossbar there. Another good opportunity for the Five Stripes. Armistead rejects service in by NSC, and it's brought down nicely by Totev. Spins away from a few. He'll leave it short for Brown once again, who was instrumental in that last play. Here they go wide again to see if they can find somebody. 1-2 between him and Henry. He'll take it alone, find the filtered feet once again of Henry. Deflection, and it'll be a corner for the Five Stripes.
It's been all Atlanta in the second half. Getting into the box, not being afraid, and stepping up, trying to find something here, find something in between the back of the post.
So Jardine now. Two hands raised, right into the area. Five Stripes will able to get to it. It was Peacock who couldn't bring it down. Here's Henry, pass one. Henry goes around another. Leaves it for Oliver, nicely done. Oh, offside there on the far side of the field. That's unfortunate, of course, when you find yourself with possession once again. Five Stripes were so eager to see if they could recycle it and then work it into the middle once again. It's just a question of timing.
We bring up his name again, too, because it is really good in that sequence, too. The recycled play, Amir Henry's able to get there, and he is able to dribble past not one, not two, but three Nashville defenders just with one touch. The way he's able to cut around and sneak into those little pockets.
Really good stuff from Brown as well, of course, as he gets one of his first opportunities on goal here in this one as we approach the 65th minute here from Marietta, Georgia. So the long kick from Peeler kind of gets away from him. De Silva, the Peruvian, all the way back there between the sticks for the Five Stripes, is just watching on and seeing if he can see his side split this lead. Hasn't been too much to be done here so far in this second half from that final third for NSC and the defensive third for the Five Stripes. It'll be a throw for Armistead as he leaves it low. Atlanta United trying to see if they can work their way around pressure. Looks like a Jardine tries to squeak his way past that NSC back line, but it'll get away from him, and a goal kick for Peeler. if you're NSC in these kinds of situations as well, Madison, this is always difficult because you haven't really been able to impose yourself defensively. You've been sitting on this lead, and you're trying to see if you can regain a bit of that momentum while really starting to be pushed back in your own third, as we see dangerously once again. Speaking of, right on time there is Peeler. Has to just make that arid clearance. How's this for Oliver? Nicely done as he's able to shield the ball away from multiple NSC defenders. Wins the foul right there. Moore tried to take it quickly and then knocked away by NSC. Our head official's going to say, let's try that again. And out we go. Oliver thinking about a lofty ball wide and towards that far corner on a diag to Henry, but couldn't do it. And now he's going to have to track back. Here is Park once again. He's been dangerous. Filtered ball right into the middle right there. De Silva just had to watch it go by. Five Stripes fortunate. As we see handball right there. It'll be a free kick for Atlanta United. Again, a dangerous ball that just gets dragged right in the middle there for the Five Stripes, but didn't have to deal with it.
We're able to get back defensively, and that's all Oliver as well as Moore. Oliver wins the free kick over there as well. I was going to go back to it because, listen, there's one thing I love doing, as I love highlighting defenders. It's my favorite part of the game and watching that element. And Oliver did a great job, too, circling around, using his whole body to shield the ball, too, and then win the free kick.
So here's De Silva, the Peruvian, using his crafty feet once again. Something that, of course, we were speaking with Jason Longshore, analyst for 92.9 The Game, and the SDH network as well, saying that that's something you got to have in this system for Ronny Deila as well. We're seeing it with Jaden Hibbert, of just the smart use of the feet, being able to comfortably play out of the back, get yourself out of dangerous presses and situations, and be able to form a part of the buildup of that back line as well. As we've seen Jaden Hibbert, of course, unbeaten in his 4 starts, north of 91% save percentage for the young man. Not too bad so far for Mr. Jaden Hibbert, as we saw him get the call up to Canada as well not long ago.
Yeah, not too bad as well. You know, Jaden Hibbert, I think, has been a fun player to watch. Not only, I think, just from his time with the twos, seeing the development there, and then getting the opportunities to get the starts here for Atlanta United as well. It's been a ton of fun watching him. And then, obviously, you're looking at this goalkeeper core, too. Not just De Silva. You also have John O'Ransom. You have James Donaldson, too, coming up. And it shows, I think, the progression of the academy and what you're seeing in the development of all of these young players and kind of what, stylistically, you want your goalkeepers to do. De Silva is really comfortable with the ball at his feet. And his distribution, I think, in this game has been unmatched in what he's been able to do. And picking out passes to Armistead and transitioning and getting the ball forward as well.
So beautiful also just to see the growth of somebody like Dom Chong Kui as well. Got a couple of massive opportunities. Of course, you and Jason cover it better than anybody. Between the twos, the academy as well, seeing the amount of opportunities during the Leagues Cup. Guys like Cooper Sanchez as well have been just skyrocketing. And it goes to show that if you're a part of the Five Stripes family and the play style here under director Javier Perez, you're going to get the chance to rise all the way into that first team and form a part of the system at the end of the day.
Yeah, that also stems too. You have the academy. You also have the twos as well. It also giving a platform and an opportunity to allow for a lot more development at the professional level, getting a lot of these younger players ready to go and transition into the professional level. You have that opportunity, and you know Jose Silva has done a great job of that in the last couple of matches, because it's not just a triple match day, it's a quadruple match day as well for the Five Stripes. 2 matches here. You got a match in Carolina as they face Carolina Core later tonight at the same time as the first team.
Well, here comes Jones one-on-one with Armistead. He's been able to provide a lot of width and really make the surface elastic here in this one, as he's able to stretch Armistead all the way away from home. Instead, they'll work it in Krikorian. He will push it all the way back towards his back line. And they'll try and see if they can get service into the channels here. Jean-Baptiste with a crucial clearance right there away from his own back line. It'll be a throw for NSC. And, of course, you said it, Madison. We want to give a massive shout-out to all of our 17s who are thinking about the twos tonight. Hashtag up the twos. Jose Silva ball has been flying. And we are with all of you guys as you continue to make your historic push into what could be a playoff appearance for the twos this season. You got to do it twice on the road, and it starts with the Carolina Core tonight. So as Madison Cruz said, of course, as she's on air, she might have 4 or 5 screens also going at the same time from the press box as we try and consume everything and anything that has to do with Five Stripes footy.
I'm a sicko. What can I say?
Certified sicko.
But just 3 words. Up the twos.
Up the twos. Throw here on this near sideline for Bland. We'll see some fresh incorporations for NSC, making his way, calling it a day, is Swansea. With a couple of fair opportunities for NSC, of course, one that comes to mind right towards the edge of the box and took it first time, skied on him, but a good productive shift there for Swansea. And we'll see a change now, of course, for NSC as well as Serguera makes his way into the match. So not so fast, trying to take a couple of steps back, so it'll be more to restart play for us in the middle for Jardine. Working it wide for Jean-Baptiste.
That's a good read.
Brown, but Moore is able to step onto it once more.
Yeah, it's a good read from Nashville and a great turn from Atlanta United.
Guess who? It's Henry once again, one-on-one with that NSC back line. Jardine leaves it back post for Blalock. Oh, read nicely by that NSC back line. The home faithful stood up for that opportunity as well. What a chance there, Madison Cruz.
Oh, I put my hands on my heads for that one. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's another great turn. I mean, as Henry once again, he drives in the way and then he sees the wide open opportunity as Blalock is able to come in and try the shot, but it's another great read too from Nashville's back line.
So we got another player down here for NSC on the far touchline. So we see a few more shift changes for the Five Stripes. Making his way on that far sideline, Dennis Todov, who has been clinical and tidy in the middle here today with his touches for Atlanta United. It looks like it should just be a cramp here as we start to get later and later into this match and the heat begins to dial up here in the 404. Down there in the middle is Salif, who once again, Madison, he has been end-to-end in this one, been instrumental in the way that NSC has been able to impose their style of play here on the road.
Yeah, just connecting the dots and getting things going in for Nashville. And that's what you need out of your midfielder. You want someone who can hold things down, who can be almost just the playmaker, almost the glue of your team as well. And not only cleaning things up in that moment, putting things back together, but also being able to create beautiful things in the pitch too.
Speaking of, there's also the edge in this one as well, as you see Oliver sticking in the elbow. And then some on the challenge right there. Get some words from the head official if that's going to be enough. The next one will be a card. Armistead goes all the way out to escort that long diagonal from Music City.
What a turn.
Just a fantastic turn once again by Amir Henry. And how about this for the service? Just gets away from him and all the way into the midst of Beeler. You said it, Maddie. Just inches away from being a diag and a half.
Oh, it's Henry too. It's beautiful service trying to find Blalock as he's making the run there. And he's able to get there and he's able to pick up the ball up here.
Nice crafty turn away as he gets by his defenders. Oliver, drop of the shoulder, loses his man and filters it in. Look at that. Nicely left by Brown right into the boot of Henry. Flicked on towards the back post. There he is once again. Knocked into the middle. Offside. I think it's safe to say everybody in Marietta thought that that was the goal for the Five Stripes to get themselves back into this one. And it had to be close as we take a second look at our feed from up here in the broadcast booth. My goodness, what a well-worked play once again. Henry instrumental in that one.
Yeah, Henry has been the piece move and everything. He's the maestro, especially in what you want to do in creating that magic up top. From watching it again, it's just a tad offside. If anything, it's an inch. It is like very, very close. But the one thing too is you can't let that discourage you though. You're getting those opportunities. You're getting things going in the attack. Keep up the good work. Keep it going, because if you keep doing that, you keep doing everything right, finding those passes, picking out those moments, you're going to get rewarded.
Feels like a response coming for the Five Stripes. Airmailed all the way up top towards Peacock. Couldn't quite get onto it. Here comes NSC. Serguera. All the way back to De Silva. He'll send it long. There's that signature service once again. Well worked by De Silva. He has been so accurate in his long balls out of the back so far in this one. Jardine. He's able to cycle it into, guess who? Matty Cruz. It's Henry once again. Armistead able to incorporate himself into that final third. Tried to leave it for Henry. Thought he was accompanying him, but just couldn't get a look over his shoulder. And in the end, it'll be NSC climbing onto the counter. Here they come the other way. Absorbing that pressure. Pass one, pass two. And then goes down in the end. It was Armistead who gets the foul. Speaking of fitness as well, there's one thing to say that you're match day fit, and then another thing is what Grayson Armistead is doing out there as well. In one moment, he'll be in his far corner defending, and then in the next, it'll be in the diagonal corner, whipping in perfect ball right into the middle of the area. Been up and down, Grayson Armistead in this one.
Working all on that left flank, just getting all over the place. I think if there was a heat map or anything, I think it would just be all on that left side and just all red. I don't think there'd be one patch where it's not.
So Saliv, once again, was the one who went down, and if you're NSC, you got to be thinking about maybe cycling him out. So he gets helped on towards that far sideline from Enriquez. We'll see if we've got a shift here, of course, as I take advantage of it to get some final orders in, and a little bit of hydration. As you can see on that far end, the U16s are starting to get their touches calibrated. Coming up here shortly on another stream presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, we got Jason Longshore hopping on the sticks, along with Madison Cruz, and what is, you said it, Maddie, a quadruple header?
Quadruple.
Quadruple, four.
Four.
Unbelievable. 4 5 stripes matches today. Make sure you don't miss any of it here from the outstanding coverage done from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. So Park in the end will make his way for NSC as well. Of course, he got the finish off of the penalty save initially from Da Silva, but he was able to pounce on it and get a toe poke, a poacher's finish, if you will, to help NSC continue and see if they can get a result in this one. So Bland makes his way. Cochran is going to be out there in that left back position for NSC as they cycle it on that far right side, and then lofted service over the middle, shrugged off nicely. Jean-Baptiste, as Serguera tried to work his way into it. He'll end up being the one to come onto it in the end. Lalick will be able to help Jean-Baptiste, and just thought about a wonder curler right there. Ball gets away from him, didn't really know where he was set up there outside of the box, and in the end it'll be an easy goal kick for Da Silva.
Yeah, we've given a lot of credit to Armistead as well as that back line, too. I want to give another shout out to Jean-Baptiste, too. He has been unstoppable on that right side as well. He's been really good at his distribution, especially on that right side. He's also been very good at getting back in. When Oliver makes that step up forward and he's trying to charge that way, Jean-Baptiste does a good job of filling in that side and is able to get those tackles and able to get the ball out of the box.
And it's like you said, Madison, as well. If we're not saying his name too often, especially if you're forming a part of that defensive spine, it's for a reason. Winning the positioning battle, marking his man excellently in this one. NSU with a throw on that far sideline. Bryant was pushing up against that 5 Stripes back line, and it gets away from him. Here comes Music City, one-on-one with a 5 Stripes defensive spine. It'll stay right there for Cochran, but couldn't get around Atlanta United. Nicely done. Here's Blalik, who takes on his man and tries to blitz him with some speed. Who's it off of here? Let's see the indication. We're kind of waiting for both officials here. We didn't get an order from the line judge or the head official here, but they kind of looked at each other and waited for one to lift the flag and one to point one direction. We're going with the 5 Stripes.
Yeah, I thought that one as it was coming out, too. Also, too, the time wasting was also the ball was launched all the way to the other side of the field as well.
And all the way to the opposite side we go once again. Oliver to Moore, to Armstead, and then back to Oliver once again. Brown showing himself there in the middle. Done a nice job of being a courtesy escort for possession. Jean-Baptiste finds Brown once again, a 1-2 between them. They'll take on Electric Gold shirts and then lose possession. Ooh, how's that for a techie turn right there? Between the legs, Serguera gets a nice nutmeg, and he gets pushed all the way in towards his defensive back line. Into the middle with Hilger. So we see some new last names for the first time here on behalf of NSCs. They get some shift changes and try and see if they can get fresh boots and fresh fitness onto this one. Armistead worked into the middle. Alvarez was in there for the 5 Stripes. Wasn't able to get onto it, but they'll maintain possession. Baptiste in for Brown. Whipped across nicely in for Henry. It's those two once again. Armstead with just the infinite tank. Henry's going to go alone, then he'll cut back onto his weaker boot. Try and go all the way towards the end line. Fizzed in towards that front post. Did it take a deflection? It did. It'll be a 5 Stripes corner.
Gosh, just sneaking past defenders is Amir Henry. You can't touch him. He's getting all the way through, and he's being able to cut inside again in those small spaces. He's able to make that turn, and he wins another corner.
It's the way he observes his marker as well. Just kind of lowers his body, and as soon as he can feel his defenders shift their body weight to one direction, he'll cut it back onto his other boot and go the other way. Five Stripes corner, right into the heart of the area. Peeler's able to rise to it and get a punch. Still bouncing around, and in the end, it'll ping-pong its way all the way towards the halfway line and out towards this near sideline for a throw for Atlanta United.
Yeah, and then even going back to Amir Henry, too, it's his IQ of the game as well. And like you said, being able to read his marker, where he's going to go, how he needs to position his body, what weight he's going to be stepping on, and what way he can turn to. That's just the IQ that he has as a player, and that having it so young, that's a really good opportunity to continue to build and grow.
Well, how's that for a turn from Jean-Baptiste? Slips his way past one, trying to see if he can fit it into the middle. Blalock will work his way down towards that end line. And we've got a corner once again for Atlanta United. It's corner after corner, trying to see if they can finally connect on some service here deep in their final third. And Armstead will trot his way over to make it an in-swinger with, I don't know how much gas he's got left in that tank. It feels like it's an infinite one. He'll swing it in. Good service in towards the back post, but NSC first onto it. Brought down, Jardine. Tried to see if he could push it on in towards the area once again. Nashville fired up with being able to hang on defensively. Rejected again very nicely as we enter the 80th minute territory here.
It's good positioning from the back line. It's using the whole body as it's coming in. You see the shot, and then you just use your whole body to step in and block it out.
Top of the box for Henry. Look at that for a fitted ball right into the middle. Offside once again. Once again, Matty Cruz, I like to say, was a chance and a half for the Five Stripes.
You're finding those opportunities. You're getting into those places. It's one of those things when you get to a point in the match where, you know, 2-0, you're trying to get back into this one. You sometimes get a little impatient when you see that ball coming in. You immediately want to charge and go that way. You got to make sure you're watching where you are positionally in that line. Make sure you're staying on side.
Especially with the score line as well. Like you said, you start to get a little more eager and say, this is it. I'm going to get my studs onto that final ball. This is the chance to try and bring ourselves back into this one. But timing is everything. Making sure you have a look at that defensive line, and I'm sure the Five Stripes will calibrate as we make our way into the final couple of minutes of regulation, plus whatever we got added onto it. Possession will stay with Nashville. Both benches have been active as well. There's not a single coach, it looks like, on that NSC touchline that is seated right now. Of course, lots of orders being given. Risen to it nicely. Jardine once again been so impressed with the way he has been able to make himself present defensively, offensively. Here's Peacock as well as he gallops into high gear. And we have a card given right here. Perhaps there were some extracurricular words that were said right there. It was interesting the amount of distance that our head official tracked right there as well to be able to jump into the play and make sure he got the NSC player in the book right there. So we'll go back the other way. Diag attempted from Jean-Baptiste, but just misread right there. Couldn't find his man on that far side.
Yeah, I think Jean-Baptiste was looking to see if Henry was going to make that run there on that side. I think that's what he was thinking, that he was going to be right there, but just not on the same page with that one. But it's going to be a throw-in, so it's an opportunity for Atlanta to press up.
We can surely confirm for you guys that this match has definitely had a bit of everything in it. What a way to start a quadruple header this morning. Oliver does nicely to make himself big, and now it's going to be a counter here dangerously as well as they try and find that looping run all the way at the back post. Holding up his run right there was Brian as he didn't think he could get to it in the end, put himself back in gear, and it's Da Silva once again who has been so strong in that defensive line for Atlanta United between the posts. Here they go climbing the other way. Jardine, another man who's just got that infinite fitness. Here's Blalock. So go one-on-one with freshly onto the pitch Cochran, who fills in at that left back for Bland. Tries to lose his man, drop of the shoulder, lofted ball right into the middle. Just couldn't find a head at the end of it. Some service as he's able to win that one-on-one duel there on that far right-hand side. It'll stay with Atlanta United. Throw here for Jean-Baptiste.
Wouldn't be shocked you see one of those longer throw-ins here, especially as we're seeing it more in the game. Those can be used as set pieces too as the run-up starts.
Right on cue. Airmails it long. Into the area, Peacock trying to see if he can pounce onto it. Moore will end up having to gather it up with his insole. And they'll whip it out wide for Armistead. Henry, once again, you just know that signature body shape as he brings it onto his boot and tries to put his marker on skates. Brown showing nicely as well, and they're able to find him into the middle. Connects nicely with Jardine. Thinking about a strike, he'll go for goal. Into the midst, calmly gathered up there by Peeler. So he'll let a few seconds tick off of the clock as well. 5 more minutes to go. Matty Cruz, if you're Atlanta United, what are you trying to see here in these final few moments?
I think you're just trying to keep going. Keep pushing. Keep going for it. And that's good positioning from Peacock. Peeler didn't like it too much, but I mean, hey, that's trying to shield it, though. Looking like PSG in that moment, trying to win the ball back, especially right at the top of the 18.
That's right. Henry will lay it off for Brown. All the way back we go for Oliver. Jean-Baptiste been so strong, this defensive spine of Atlanta United. Building out nicely. Blalik with just the tidy dribbles. Here he goes one-on-one once again with Cochran. Able to squeeze around him. Can he get a good ball into the middle? He's able to. Oh, deflected chance right off of the boots of Alvarez right there. And NSC puts it in gear the other way. We got a shove and another card here in the middle as our head official just tries to maintain control of this one. As we get into the dying final minutes of it, Alvarez will go into the book right there.
Yeah, I think if you're Atlanta, you're trying just to keep going with what you're doing because it's working. You're getting into the attacking half. You're finding those moments. It's, again, being switched on, staying composed. Nashville hasn't been able to do a whole lot in their attacking half. As soon as you pin them, go back the other way, try to create something.
So it was Bland who ended up working his way more into the back line, lofted the ball over up towards Yandal. Not able to get it. Oliver nicely done as he comes off of his line.
Oh, that's really good from Oliver.
Snatches it up, and here we go. Off to the foot race with Brown as he's able to stick in his shoulder, loses man, advantage is played, keep on going. As he sees that overlapping run of Henry, he's able to find him, lifted on into the middle. It was Peacock who was there, but they just couldn't find him. A deflected service, so nicely done between Brown and Henry as well. With playing advantage, Armistead holding a very high line, seeing if they can win a second ball back and make something out of nothing, as in the end it'll trickle all the way back to the boots of Peeler. Jardine. It's stuck in right there. The whistle has been quicker in the second half of well, trying to make sure everything is orderly and not lose control of this match.
Yeah, trying to keep these controlled. Don't let the emotions boil over.
So NSC will happily just cycle it in through this back line. Of course, as you see, Peacock and Alvarez, 2 sets of fresh legs in the second half who didn't turn on the press too fully right there, Oliver. He's going one-on-one with Estrada. Stays with him here as well. Shrugged off nice. He's able to win back possession. Advantage played. 5 Stripes will continue to climb out of the back. How's that for tidy feet and a foul right there on Henry? So 5 Stripes frustrated. They tried to take it quickly and start from right there. How's that for a nice little layoff right there between Peacock? Can the 5 Stripes try and get some life out of this match? Oh, pass one with a silky dribble right there. Once again is Henry. Oliver. Jean-Baptiste. Here's Blalik. Has been melting past defenders with drops to the shoulder and some dribbles. Trying to go past 2, now 3. Loses possession. NSC is just going to toy with it here in their own third. And then Bland is going to put an end to that and say, no time for any of this. Jardine tries to stick in his boot and see if he can win back possession. Alvarez nicely done as well with the shoulder. One-on-one with Brown, who's able to win back possession. Alvarez wins it back. Brown spreads it wide for Armistead.
That's really good from Brown and Alvarez working together, winning that ball back.
Here's Peacock. Left wide for Grayson, who fires one right into the middle right there, but it's deflected and out. Nicely done by NSC. We've talked a lot about the 5 Stripes back line, but NSC has absorbed everything that the 404 has thrown at them and is right now keeping that clean sheet in a big way.
Oh, yeah, Nashville, especially with how much of the attack has been thrown their way in the second half. They've done a good job staying composed.
Jean-Baptiste, low cycling ball in towards that back post. It was Peacock who tried to see if he could get onto it, but not able to. Peeler once again. Big afternoon for him between the sticks. Long and wide for NSC as it's Moore. Accompanies that one. Brought down by Oliver. Final couple of seconds here of regulation, depending on what we could get here. And it looks like we're going to get 5 minutes of added time. Blaylock. He's going to go one-on-one against two. He's able to find the run of Henry right there, who just couldn't gather up possession. Really difficult bouncing ball around the edge of the 18 right there, and always difficult to try and gather that up when you're at a speed like that.
Yeah, Amir Henry just driving in, trying to make something out of that one. As it comes off of him, it just takes another couple deflections, falls right to Nashville.
NSC's going to take advantage of the lower gas tank that the Five Stripes have here in this one, of course, as they've been heavily pressing in the second half and trying to see if they can squeak something out of this again. An additional 5 minutes of added play will be gone down here. Thanks for joining us on this Children's Healthcare of Atlanta stream this morning. Joe Fryhofer and Madison Cruz accompanying you guys here from the beautiful training grounds. Pretty soon we'll be getting in with our first team match day routines. I'll be making my way over to the stadium shortly here in a bit. And then, of course, Madison Cruz is going to continue to hold it down with one of the voices of Atlanta United, Jason Longshore, jumping on for the call for the U16 match against NSC as well. So it looks like after what happened between the first teams and 3 points taken by the Five Stripes on the road for the first time ever at Geodis Park just a few days ago, it looks like the U18s are going to say not so fast. Let's settle the series here in this one as Peacock goes down trying to get around a couple of Nashville markers. It'll be Brown who will work it forward and take it from there. Armstead, first time service right into the middle. There was Alvarez. Jean-Baptiste, 1-2. Sticks in a boot. Oliver using every last bit of energy that he's got. As you can see, the Five Stripes, there's more way high up into the boxes. It's Brown who skates past his marker to see if he can find him in the box. Holds up pressure nicely. Shares it out wide for Armstead, who will go on to his weaker right boot. Back for Brown. Chipped across. There's Alvarez right there. Keeps it into play. Punched off of the line by Peeler. Oh, that's fantastic keeping. Kept his head, kept his positioning as well, and is able in the last moment to just knuckle it away from his own goal line. Here's Armstead back once again, top of the box. Five Stripes trying to see if they can pounce onto it. Unable to do it. Here we go, NSC counter. It looks like it's going to be 3-on-2 right here. Stuck in the body. That's a crucial challenge. One-on-one with Da Silva. Comes off of his line and able to make the crucial clearance in that one. Henry takes on one. There's a bit of everything in these final few minutes, Madison.
It's getting chaotic here, especially as Atlanta's trying to find something to stop the clean sheet for Nashville.
In comes Grayson. He'll flip play over to the far side. Jean-Baptiste saw the run. Oh, first time, what a finish! Out of the air, it's Peacock. How's that for a bit of flair as well as he goes over and congratulates Brown for the unbelievable work ethic. It's just a flying volley right out of the air. And that's as good of a finish as you'll get here this morning on some Saturday brunch footy. Flying volley to get the Five Stripes on the board.
Yeah, that was Kai Jean-Baptiste with a beautiful assist. As he sees it, Peacock raises it and picks him out completely. And it's so well timed, too, from Peacock, just with the volley as it just ripples the back of the net.
Is there more in this one? There aren't many more minutes left for the Five Stripes, but can they see if they can get a point out of this in a crucial moment of starting up this academy season for the U18s? Blaylock was trying to stretch play, but NSU will come onto it into the middle. Peeler, lofted long, offside. So we're going to want to take this one quickly. No shenanigans here. That should be addressed as well. We got to make sure that we can get this thing going here, and in the end, ends up in the book. Nicely done. Down goes Jean-Baptiste as well as he's starting to feel the minutes of this game as well. That one gets away from him. It's more accompanying the pressure. Look at Henry, the work rate as well as he goes all the way back and collapses to the ground. He'll get the foul. How quickly can the five stripes restart with this one? It's Moore who goes all the way over to help up his teammate. You love to see that, but at the same time, got to get it going here.
Well, I mean, it's the thing for Moore, too. Not only can he get up there offensively, in the last two sequences, he's tracked back defensively, too, to get back and stop runs from Nashville. Sliding and winning it back.
Jardine finds the extra 10% of the battery. Blalik is able to get onto it, welcome it onto his weak boot, and works it back for Jean-Baptiste. Right back to him. Over the top, can it stay in bounds? It cannot. Gets away from him on this near sideline. It'll be a throw for NSC in what is surely some of the final moments of this one. Long throw taken safely. Oliver first to get to it with his header. Knocked in toward Jardine. 1-2 between Peacock and Brown. NSC's able to get to it. Five stripes are showing life here. A couple of chances. Oh, and it just gets away from Armstead as he's frustrated with himself there. It's going to be off to the races. Seguera sticks in the body. A clutch tackle right there once again by Olvers. He's able to get to it more. Tries to encourage NSC to see if they can take this throw quickly. They're going to take their sweet time here from this near sideline. Estrada is going to leave it for one of his fellow teammates. Head official saying, let's get this moving here. Cochran.
It's another clean tackle, too, from Oliver. Again, times it so well.
Sticking in the body right there. Estrada with no fear. Smashing in the shoulder right there. Jean-Baptiste is going to have a throw here on this near sideline for the five stripes once again. Excuse me, it'll be a free kick taken from right there. Just too much contact made. It will go the other way. Here's Moore on the edge of his own area. Can the five stripes squeeze a goal out of what remains here? That NSC bench is calling for full time. Hands are in the air. It's Henry. Goes down right here. And then cleared away once again. We're getting some extracurriculars here to end this one in the pocketbook once again. As NSC fires that one away. Look at Da Silva, who's coming way off of his line here to see if maybe he's going to be the one to deliver it in towards the back post.
Yeah, Nashville is complaining about time being done, but the amount of time wasting they've been doing, referee saying, I'm added it on. You're wasting time.
So here's Armstead who's communicating rather with Da Silva to see if he wants his keeper to take it. Jardines in second to take it quickly right into the feet of Armstead. Low ball right into that front post. And our head officials giving him time for all this time wasting. There's going to be an opportunity here still. Jardine is going to approach his way. Look at that slip ball right into the middle. Brown! And just like that, the final touch of the game. Full time here from Marietta, Georgia. 2-1, our final score between NSC U18 and Atlanta United U18. Players on the ground. This had everything. Madison Cruz from top to bottom. End-to-end action. Penalty thrillers and flying volleys out of the air first time. Your thoughts on this one?
I mean, I think there's so much potential with this team as well for the U18s. It was a fun match. I think it was the battle for me that you saw from Atlanta United to come back into the second half after going down 2-0. They never gave up on anything, and they controlled the entire second half. Couldn't find the tying goal, but it's a really solid performance from Atlanta United, especially in this one going up against your rival.
A massive thank you to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta for making this stream possible. Do not go anywhere, of course. We got another one, U16s. That man right behind me is getting warm. He's taking his first few steps as well as we'll switch headsets. Jason Longshore, one of the voices of Atlanta United, is going to step on here with Madison Cruz, and we'll get ready for yet another one. Then tonight, we've got the twos, we've got the first team quadruple header action, and it's all continuing here from Marietta, Georgia. On behalf of Atlanta United, the 17s, and Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, I've been Joe Freihofer. That's Madison Cruz. We'll see you here in a sec for the U16s.
Welcome back to Marietta, the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. Atlanta United's U16s hosting Nashville's U16s. It's the joy of having multiple fields here in Marietta. The teams have already warmed up. They are ready to roll. No time wasted after a scintillating finish to the U18 match that saw Atlanta United chase everything in it but fall 2-1. Nashville got a penalty and a goal on a break. A great finish from Nashville, and they were able to ride that 2-0 lead all the way through. Atlanta cut one back, but couldn't find the second to tie it. I'm Jason Longshore. I am not Joe Fryhofer. He is off to the stadium to get ready for the first team action. Madison Cruz is still here. Double duty for Maddie.
Hey.
All right, so we got the U16s here, a new group that we haven't seen many of these players on the Atlanta United side. As the teams are going to take just a second. I think the referees are going to take a second, actually. Let's talk about the starting lineups for both of these teams. And let's start with the visitors from Nashville. It'll be Emmanuel Arias in goal. The back line left to right, Isaac Chapman, Jacob Smith, J.R. Waddell, and Blaze Blackwell. The holding midfield duo is Dylan Alvarez and Aiden Baisima. And the 10 is going to be Alejandro Velasquez. The wingers, Jaden Sandoval and Silas Martin. And up top, Juliano Rodriguez. For Atlanta United's U16s, JC Gonzalez gets the start in goal. The back line left to right, Shea Fakiyesi, Daniel Tagbo, Delani Rennie, and Julian Clavon Berdine. The midfield trio, Josh Kwan, Evan Coughing, and Noe Santillan. And the wingers, Miles Bryant, Gonzalo Riveras, and up top, Eli Bataye. Looking forward to this. We've seen Fakiesi a little bit. He's had some call-ups to youth national teams. He can also represent Canada. He's been in their youth national team camps as well. Santillan has also had opportunities with U.S. youth national teams. But this is one of the exciting things, Maddie, about seeing the academy teams. This is the group that was very good at the U14 and U15 level last year. And now they move up, and there's maybe some bigger expectations as you're, for some of these guys, not even a year away from getting into the mix with Atlanta United too, potentially.
Especially with, I think, how we've seen a lot of these academy players really grow into the second team. You know, you have Ignacio Suarez-Corey as well, making that jump there. You're seeing a lot more of these younger players, especially from the U16 and the U18, making that jump and getting professional experience. And I think that's exactly what's on these players' minds here is, you know, want to try to compete, want to try to get in the running and get noticed, especially to play for Atlanta United too.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity, and I think we've seen this season especially where young players are going to get opportunities. And Chris Henderson has talked about this. Javier Perez has talked about this. Ronnie Dyla has talked about this. They are definitely going younger with the second team. Look at the summer kind of changeover with Atlanta United too that has led to great results. You're seeing players like Cooper Sanchez earn a first-team homegrown contract a little bit earlier. You're seeing Didi Cibrian, who could be with this group right now.
Yeah.
He's with Atlanta United, too, on the road in a massive game tonight. Gabriel Wisse, another one who could be in the academy teams. He's with Atlanta United, too. We're seeing those young players get opportunities. If you're good enough, you're old enough.
Absolutely, and I think you're seeing so much of that potential shine through with Atlanta United, too, especially just, you know, showcasing and being able to stand up to a lot of these players, especially in MLS Next Pro, going up against a Carolina core side. A lot of those very experienced players, too, in MLS Next Pro, getting the opportunity to take that extra step, go up against these teams, and show what you can do in those opportunities. And you see it with Santiago Pita as well.
Yep.
Another player who stepped up huge in those moments, and you'll see that in full swing tonight, especially as they are all in Carolina for Carolina core.
And we've seen consistently this season players like Pita, Wisse, Cibrian in the mix with the first team in training every single week. Let's kick it for 45 minutes from here in Marietta, brought to you by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. It's the Atlanta United U16s hosting Nashville. Atlanta trying to work the ball up the right side. Nashville win it back quickly. Velasquez tracking back there to win it. They'll try to reset with Arias inside the 18.
It's one thing me and Joe talked about in the first match with the U18s. it feeds all the way through from the first team to the academy, especially when you go up against a team like Nashville. That rivalry, you know it sticks. You have a lot of, I've seen a lot of yellow. There's a lot of away fans here to watch this. And then you also have a lot of Atlanta fans here tonight to support the Five Stripes too. You feel that energy. You feel that it is a rivalry matchup. So that also brings another level to this match.
Yeah, you're going to have the emotions flowing in this one as Nashville working from right to left. Finding Sandoval, cuts inside. The cross with the right foot brought down inside the 6, but not controlled. JC Gonzalez held his ground and was able to pick that one up after the run from Rodriguez.
That's really good comfortability from JC Gonzalez immediately already, showing his composure in between the posts.
He's showing his massive right foot as well, sending that one about 75, 80 yards on the punt.
Trying to spring things forward, but it gives an opportunity in the throw-in for Nashville to try to press them and win the ball back in your attacking half.
Yeah, Gonzalez out kicking the coverage there that time around. See what Nashville has in mind on the far side. I believe it's Blackwell going to take the throw, 2nd minute. Making sure he gets into the right spot to take that one. Down the line, Nashville trying to turn around the outside and doing so. Here come the boys in gold, but that's run down. Good defending.
Ooh,
Foul's called as the run through the back there, but really good defending on that far side.
That was Daniel Togbo. Daniel Togbo, the entire track, made it all the way back to shield away and wins the free kick as well.
Yeah, Tagbo was initially beaten in the 1v1, but he didn't give up on the play, able to get back, get to the spot, and draw the free kick. Yeah. Tagbo will start things up the left.
And you know me, I'm always, going to give shouts to defenders in every single chance that I can.
Of course, of course. Rennie, back to Gonzalez, off the short hop. Nice footwork from the goalkeeper, Gonzalez. Atlanta trying to play their way into the attacking half. They'll get there eventually. Santillan. Knocked away, Atlanta throw. I'll leave that one instead of taking the throw. Batier. Settled down. Nashville will get to the middle third. Well won back by Atlanta. Well organized in that situation. Coughing comes away with it. Coughing will restart things, getting it back from Gonzalez. At this age group, you see a lot of trying to work out structure, trying to work out the tactics, the game model. Sometimes the play can get a little disjointed in those moments. Nice work from the Nashville goalkeeper. Otter has to drag that one away.
Ooh, it's still in a dangerous place, though.
Yeah, good pressure from Atlanta, knocking that one out for a Nashville throw, but deep. Yeah, for the U18s, it's a little more open because you've got players typically who've been in the club longer. They understand what the coaching staffs want. They understand the style of play. U16s, especially early in the season, it can feel a little slow at times, and then you get these bursts of energy. It's an interesting dynamic in the way that the matches flow at this level. Good sliding challenge. Batier. He's tripped up, free kick Atlanta deep in the attacking third.
Yeah, this is basically like a makeshift corner, just a little bit off from where the corner flag is on the near side.
Chapman just a little bit late on the challenge. Yeah, it's going to play like a short corner here. We'll see what Atlanta's got in mind. Eli Batier is going to leave that one. Coming over to take it is Fakiesi. Shea with the left foot. This is going to swing in towards the goal. Similar to a corner, but gives you a little bit more of an angle. Play to the near post, headed down. Nashville unable to clear. Fakiesi will get back on it. Couldn't quite turn the corner like he wanted to there. Nashville won a break. They find space out wide on the left. Sandoval. Into the middle. Baisima will move it over to the right side.
That's good from Nashville, moving things around, switching it over to the right where you have a little bit more space, but it's a completely turnover for Atlanta.
Great pressure from Atlanta. They win it back. The outlet pass, not quite what it needed to be, but they're still going to chase it. Riveras was chasing that one, as was Santillan. Quan on the far side. He wins it back again for Atlanta. I believe it goes over the touchline for a throw first. Blackwell will take the throw for Nashville up the line. Nicely headed into the middle. Turning the corner. Flag goes up. Thought that had actually been timed. We're not quite in line with it. Atlanta had it covered either way. Gonzalez will take it. Rennie. Back to Gonzalez. Tagbo on the left side. Tagbo once again. Back to Gonzalez. Rennie finds the option in coughing. Attempted clearance sliced out for a throw for Atlanta. Little building blocks you see there with coughing, dropping in, helping in the buildup. Fakiesi going up very high. Players kind of dropping around. I think Quan dropped into a spot there to help in the buildup. Atlanta throw it in short, trying to win it back in doing so. Turning inside, Riveras. Wants to cut back. Still there, bouncing around. Atlanta's still on it. Slipped over to the right side, Santillan. Noy with the cross, deflected, corner.
That's really good work from Atlanta. It's that pressure at the top. As soon as that ball's turned over, you're immediately trying to collapse in, wins it back. And that's exactly what they do. They're able to pass it to the right, try to create something, and then they win a corner.
Santillan, a player that I've heard about for a while in the Atlanta United Academy. First chance getting to see him in a full match. Started his youth career at the Alianza Soccer Club. Carlos Jacinto, one of the top coaches of young talent in the city and the state. In swinging corner on the near side. Delivered to the back post. Got a hand on it, Arias. Still alive for Atlanta. Still alive inside the 18, but running out of real estate, and that'll be a goal kick.
It's that relentless pressure, just keeping things going.
I bottled that one up inside the 18, especially up against the end line, but just couldn't turn it inside. Battier is definitely a handful up top, as we're seeing here early on. Short to Arias. Chopped back over to Blackwell. Brought down, pressure from Bryant. Bryant helps force the turnover. Quan. Able to turn. Quan into the corner.
Ooh, what a ball.
Good cross to the near side of the 18. Gonna work it through to Battier. Maybe one too many passes, but they win it back again with Bryant. Bryant's counter press has been relentless on that left side. Throw Atlanta.
He's done a lot of work, especially winning the ball back for Atlanta, putting them in really good positions. But I have to go back to Quan with that beautiful cross at the very top. That was beautiful.
Good little cut back short cross. Clavon Bardine gets it back, but it goes over the touchline. Not quite on the same page with coughing there to connect the dots. Throw in Nashville. 10th minute. Atlanta's had the match mostly in the attacking half. They win it back immediately. Coughing with a nice turn. Cuts it over to the left. Bryant with the right-footed shot. Sliced high and wide. Goal kick.
Saw the opening and just wanted to rip that one from right around the 18.
Wasn't necessarily able to bring that down maybe the way that he wanted, but he still got a great opportunity out of it. Sliced across it. Cleared by Waddell, one back by Atlanta. Clavon Burdine helping to do that. In the battle here, pressure from Atlanta to that tip. Yes, no, it's going to be a corner. Thought I heard a slight deflection.
But it's that counter pressure immediately once Nashville gets it. You're seeing it immediately collapse in 3 Atlanta players right on top of it, trying to win it back, and that's what creates the corner.
We talk about momentum a lot, though, and you're not able to counter press at this level of intensity for a full 90. You're going to have a drop somewhere. Can you make it pay off when you're in the ascendancy? That's what Fakiesi is going to try to do here with the corner. Into the wind, deep to the back post. Over everybody, crossed back into the 6-yard box. Arias goes up in traffic to make that catch. Really good goalkeeping from Emmanuel Arias.
Yeah, Arias has 2 Atlanta United attackers right on him, too, just leaping into the air. And it's really good. It's a good good reaction time.
Yeah, Batier was right there. He's right there again trying to win the ball back. Nashville able to save it and prevent another corner, but the pressure still there from Atlanta. Bryant on the far side. He gets a touch. It's out for a throw.
I'm really impressed with Batier's. His pressure, it's the relentlessness.
The front 3 with Batier in the middle, Bryant on the left, Riveras on the right. Then the midfield behind them. 2 waves of counter pressure or pressure every time. Blackwell going to launch this throw as long as he can. Coughing wins the header. Bouncing ball, it's going to fall to Riveras. Cuts around 1. Top of the 18, into the 18. Gonzo going to pull this one back. Left-footed cross. Bryant gets his head to it initially, heads it over to Batier, wants to turn. Can he turn? Can he turn? He's still at it. Still at it, Eli. Drops it off. Goal! 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 Atlanta United. Batier just held off every defender that the Music City could muster, and a rocket of a shot. 1-0 Atlanta United.
Batier just with the awareness, too, in that moment as he sees Quan dropping back in. As soon as he sees him, it's that one small pass, and Quan just rockets it into the back of the net. It's 1-0 for Atlanta.
The recognition from Quan as he sees Batier just battling and holding defenders off, shielding the ball, waiting for somebody to make that run, and Quan does. And a great finish from Josh Quan. Great work from Eli Batier. Miles Bryant involved as well, winning the header initially to get it to Batier. Great work. Atlanta's got the lead.
I was going to bring that up because it's really good from Bryant, too, because the way the header's coming down, he takes a second before it completely settles, and then he drives. That's really intelligent.
Quick answer from Nashville getting into the attacking third. Sandoval cutting it back. Gets to face the goal. Sandoval will drop it back. Nashville forced back into the middle third. Waddell. Blackwell back to J.R. Waddell. Waddell, now he's got the pressure he's got to deal with. Coughing gets a deflection. Under some pressure here, Jacob Smith. He goes back to Arias, and Atlanta was able to push Nashville back from the attacking third back to their goalkeeper.
That's good control from Jacob Smith, though. You have Batier right on him, and Smith just takes a second. He stays calm, he stays composed, passes it back to his keeper.
Smith will start things here for Nashville. It's intercepted by Clavon Burdine. Up the right side, Riveras. Underlapping run. First time blocked. Throw Atlanta deep in the corner. Evan Coughing going to come over to take this one. You'd expect a long throw with the way that they're structuring this. Good work from Julian Clavon Burdine, the right back, to get forward there. Coughing launches it to the near post, flicked onto the back post. Unable to get the header on frame was Batier. Battle on the far side, won back by Fakiesi. Shea with a beautiful cross. Riveras just wide. What a ball from Shea Fakiesi. And Riveras with the first time attempt just pushed it wide of the far post.
Fakiasi tracks that ball all the way down and immediately wins it back and sees the run from the back post, and it's a beauty into the box.
Perfect cross from Fakiasi, and Rivera's nearly with a goal of the year candidate in the second week of the season. Kwon tries to win it back. That deflects up into the hand. We saw that called differently in game one. Here comes Sandoval. Big switch over to the right side. Nashville into the attacking third. Fakiasi defending. Martin will cut it back. Blackwell drives forward. Continuing to drive forward. Blackwell with the cross. Headed down. Able to be cleared by Clevon Burdine. Riveras up the right side. Wins the 1v1. Slips it down the line for Kwon. A little overhit. That's one thing about a team that's so content in counter-pressing. You can take chances, and if that pass doesn't come off, look, you just get back to your strength, which is defending and taking the ball away high up the field.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happening. And in Kwon, it's one of those two where it comes a little bit later for him, but it's immediately cleared out for the throw-in, and you get another opportunity to attack.
If you're so strong in counter-pressing, you don't have to be afraid of trying things in the attacking third. Clevon Burdine. Gonna throw it short to Coughing. Evan with the cross, deep to the backside, over Bryant's head. He's gonna try to run this down in the corner. Cleared, throw Atlanta on the opposite side.
Again, good defending from Nashville. On that far side, you see where it's coming. You don't do enough to launch it out for the throw-in right near the corner flag. You do enough to turn your body and just clear it down the line.
Nashville's had a lot of pressure to deal with in this one, but they're managing it pretty well, all things considered. Throw on the far side for Atlanta. Launched into the 18, flicked on by Santillan. Eventually cleared. Another throw on the far side. Fakiasi will take it. 18th minute, 1-0 Atlanta. Josh Kwon with the goal. Into the 18. First header won by Nashville. Second one as well. Riveras. Shot deflected straight up into the air, and that's going to get out for a corner. Couple of headers won by Nashville, but they couldn't get it all the way clear. And Riveras, he's got a quick shot.
And that's the issue, especially winning the second ball for Atlanta. Immediately able to capitalize. Nashville's able to get the first touch, but they can't settle it and they can't turn and go the other way.
Relentless pressure from Atlanta. They just don't let you breathe in this one. This U16 group has been really impressive through 18 and a half. They've got the lead. They've got an in-swinging corner from the far side. Delivered to the back post just over the head of Fakiasi. Batier was in that vicinity as well. Goal kick. That was Tagbo on the back post who had made that run up as the center back. Just over his head. Pressure from Atlanta trying to win it back. Blackwell on the far side. Pressure wins it back. They get the throw.
Especially when you have two attackers stationed right at the top of the 18 immediately. As soon as that ball is kicked, they're immediately pressing and trying to win the ball back.
I'm assuming Batier and Riveras and Bryant have probably liked a few clips of Ousmane Dembele from the Champions League final last year. Might have that one saved in their favorites because we're seeing that kind of pressure from this group every time on a goal kick on build out for Nashville.
It's a great person to look to for it, too, in Dembele. Just a very classic, very clinical striker in those moments. And it's proven to work, especially with the press you have, not just at the top, but also around as well. It's not just coming from the strikers. It's coming from the wingers. It's coming from your midfield, too. Taking that extra step as well to help push and win the ball back the other way.
Yeah, it starts with attackers being committed to it, though, and being committed to pressing. It's easy to just wait for your opportunities. This group so far today for Atlanta, committed to the work. Trying to win the ball back again. It deflected. It'll be a throw for Nashville. Tried to play their way through a tight space, Atlanta. Last touch off of Josh Kwon. He's got the goal. Just look at all the black and red shirts here in a small space, trying to condense the field. Coughing gets to it. Another spin cycle for Evan Coughing. He's got a couple of those in the highlight reel today.
Yeah, that for me is getting clipped and saved immediately. That is just so light with it, too. Just so light, able to bring it back to the back line to reset.
Gonzalez. Coughing. Tagbo. Now the pressure's coming from Nashville. Trigger was hit. Coughing to Gonzalez. Drives it over to the left. Good ball forward to Bryant. Wanted to spin inside. Ran into two defenders, though. Waddell back to Arias. Left-footed ball through the middle. Got around Quan that time. Coughing wins it back at midfield, though. The pressure and the relentlessness from it, if I could speak, it's one of those things that it just wears you out if you have to deal with it for 21 and a half minutes.
Yeah, you get to a point where it's just, it kind of weighs on you, like especially when you give another ball away or something else happens, it kind of feels like, okay, here we go again. And that can deflate you in that sense, but it's how you get back into it as well.
Clevon Bardine slips it through. That's intercepted nicely by Chapman, but one back immediately by Clevon Bardine. Good pass through from Santillan. Riveras with the cutback behind everybody. Bryant and Battier had both gotten to the top of the six. Blackwell off the Atlanta player, stays in. One back. Fakiesi, Santillan. Back to Shea. Cut back in the 18. Couldn't get the cross off, but the counter pressure activated. Battier on the far side. Fakiesi, cut back. Riveras doesn't catch it cleanly. It's still there, though. Coughing. Over the bar. Just never giving up on the play, this Atlanta United U16 team. They keep manufacturing opportunities, but that shot from Coughing eventually goes high and wide.
I don't know how that ball initially stayed in play. It took a weird bounce and just bounced back into the play as I thought it was rolling out. And immediately Atlanta clicks it and they just get right into gear and they get things going.
Another pass intercepted. Quan. Shifty dribbles. Maybe a little bit of a grab, and that is going to get called. Waiting to see if advantage would materialize there. Blackwell grabbed Quan. So a free kick. This is another short corner kind of free kick, but this one is up the end line. So you don't get the benefit of the angle, but it's shorter. Almost like if you were playing at Yankee Stadium or something.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
You know.
Okay.
NYC can catch strays this morning, too. It happens.
No, we're having fun here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Training Ground today.
Free kick on the far side. Whistle blown, hand in the air. Delivered to the middle of the six. Header off the crossbar. Second header caught by Arias. 1-0 Atlanta. Now they've rang the post as well as finding the back of the net. Nashville going to try to work to the right. Blackwell blocked by Bryant. Throw Nashville. I mentioned it again. This is a level where I think you see this balance between teams trying to work on things versus what's happening in the match. This is still an opportunity where you can make mistakes. Results do matter, but they're not the end-all, be-all. And Nashville's trying to play through this pressure. They're working at it. They're trying to find ways to solve the issue. But the pressure for Atlanta right now has tilted the game the way of the Five Stripes.
Yeah, it's the relentless pressure because Nashville can't find a footing. They can't find something because the minute they do, you're looking at an immediate turnover. You're looking at a pass that's intercepted going back the other way for Atlanta because of that pressure. They can't find their footing in this match.
Smith over to the far side. One back again. Clevon Bardine, the right back, stepping up to win it. Battier shielding it. Tried to lay it off for Santillan. That was intercepted. Coughing. He'll drive forward. Santillan turns. Left-footed shot right at Arias. But here's the thing on the Nashville side. Yeah, they've been under pressure all day. Yeah, they haven't really gotten into the attacking half much. They've only conceded once. All it takes is one opportunity on the break, which is something they're very good at, to find a leveler, and then it's a very different game. With all of the pressure, with all of the momentum, need to keep getting more out of it, or Nashville can come right back into this match.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They haven't been able to get past that back line for Atlanta either, and it's finding those opportunities and making sure you get on the break in the other side as well.
Yeah, Nashville's a team that can do that. You know, that's something that this club historically has been great on the counter. All it takes is breaking that pressure a few times, and then things change a little bit. Right now, it's been very consistent. Atlanta's made it difficult for Nashville to build out, but you're seeing maybe the pressure drop just a little in intensity. Nashville able to play at the moment. Over the top. Flag goes up on the far side. That rescues Atlanta in this one. Velasquez had made the later run, trying to stay onside. But that's the fear if you're Atlanta United and the U16 technical staff, is when that drops off, can you still deal with Nashville as they get a little more vertical?
They haven't had a whole lot to worry about it in that moment as well, but it's figuring it out.
Rivera on the long ball. Into the 18. Cuts to the right. Back to the left. Cross. Overhit. Wind is maybe starting to affect some of the longer passes and crosses. You can hear it whipping into the microphones here in Marietta. One back on the far side, but the foul was called initially on the challenge. Blackwell carried that one forward nicely. 28th minute, 1-0. Josh Kwan with the goal for Atlanta. Thanks for hanging out with us early Saturday soccer. I think we're into the lunchtime period of the day now, the quadruple header. Nashville will build it up. Good ball down the right side. Tagbo runs over to get to that one. Nice defending from Daniel Tagbo. Throw Nashville, but we're at that stage in the first half where the legs, after all the pressure from Atlanta, getting a little heavy, and Nashville's finding space to play.
You took the words right out of my mouth there. I was going to say the same thing. We talked about the pressure with Atlanta. They've been putting so much of it there. It's kind of the vice versa effect, too. Nashville's feeling the weight of the pressure, but Atlanta might be getting a little bit of those tired legs, too, and maybe holding off a little bit, and that does allow for Nashville to capitalize.
Thrown in short, flicked on by Velasquez. Nashville into the 18, the cutback. Velasquez getting to the left foot, shot, goal, 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 Nashville. It's been a fight for the boys in gold, but Alejandro Velasquez levels the match with the left foot into the far side netting, 1-1.
It's just like we said earlier. It's just like we said before the play began, too. As soon as Nashville can find the opening, find the space, can get into the attacking third, they can punish you. And that's exactly what they did. Velasquez, he's able to cut in. He's able to cut in one more time and is able to slip it right past Gonzalez, and he ties this thing up.
Feel like we clocked that one a bit over the last few minutes. You know, we'd been talking about, the pressure's dropping. You're not quite getting enough out of this. But that's the ebb and flow of matches like this. 1-1. Let's see how both teams react. Coughing, it's blocked. Nashville's got the momentum at the moment. Throw Atlanta here on the near side. These are the challenges, though, you can't replicate in training. You have to learn it, you have to experience it, and you have to learn from these moments as well.
Yeah, and it's now just how does Atlanta find their momentum back in this one, especially now that Nashville has shifted it? How does Atlanta get back into this one? What do they
chase, but well handled by Smith. Arias will send it into the midfield. Coughing wins the header. Santillan. Pop through with the left foot. Bryant able to turn. Bryant gets past one. Gets stood up by the second. Physical challenge there, but I think the ball had been knocked away and both were fighting for it. Okay with a no call in that one. Thrown in short. Kwan turns.
Ooh.
Good layoff from Kwan to Coughing. Riveras. Clevon Berdine. Back to Gonzalo. Cuts around on the left foot. Looping around to the top of the 18. Laid off for Coughing. Coughing wanted to load up the right foot. Nashville closed it down nicely. Martin plays it forward. Rodriguez, now it's Martin chasing. He's in behind, into the 18, pulls it back. Tried to cut that over for Velasquez, the goal scorer, but it was intercepted and cleared. Now Atlanta want to break. Game is absolutely stretched in the 31st. Quan, good ball forward. Santillan. Noe rides off one challenge into the 18. Cuts in on the right foot, back to the left, shot over the bar. Santillan trying to make magic happen inside the 18. Couldn't get around on the shot with the left foot. Goal kick, Atlanta pressure engaged. Arias will send it long. Flick down by Rodriguez. Atlanta come away with it far side. The fouls. Fakiesi was grabbed.
Yeah, there was a bit of a jersey pull as Fakiesi was trying to make that run and try to break on the left.
Rennie. Clevon Berdine back to Rennie. Gonzalez. Tagbo. Up the left side, Quan. Now further up the left side, Fakiesi. His left-footed cross, looking for Battier, header over the bar. The service from the left from Shea Fakiesi has been exquisite all day long. Nearly picked out Battier with a perfect cross.
His distribution in the last couple minutes has been exquisite, I think, for Atlanta United. Fakiesi just getting things moving on that left side and finding those moments.
Well won by Tagbo, forward to Quan. Quan, edge of the 18, his cross for the back post, canceled out. Chapman cut in front of Rivera. Velasquez looking for some help. He's got Chapman. Up the left side now, Sandoval. Drop back to Smith, and Sandoval will drop back into the middle to Arias. You can see that press has had to drop off a little bit. You just can't maintain that level for a full 45 in a row. Got to pick your moments. And they do here in the middle third. Santillan and Quan combined to nearly win it back. Blackwell. Back to Blackwell, up the line to Martin. Almost won by Bryant. Waddell to Arias. Smith. Velasquez. Couldn't find the legs to complete the 1-2. It'll go back to Gonzalez, 1-1. I think seeing the early season levels of fatigue here in this match. This has been a very intense first 30 minutes.
But I think what's so smart about Atlanta right now, especially with just holding possession, that back line, taking your time to build and go forward just like that, it allows you to get your feet back under you and get a little bit of that breath.
Fakiesi. Cross, this time over hit. Goal kick.
That ball just floating.
Yeah, the wind is kind of off and on here a little bit in Marietta. We're at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. A big thank you to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta for presenting these streams today. More to come this season. Really excited about seeing the next generations of Atlanta United. You're going to be able to watch a good bit of it here at atlutd.com/live. We'll keep you posted on when we will be back out here. Baisima. Nice turn. Into the middle. It's intercepted. Fakiesi. Forward to Bryant. Miles will dribble wide to the left. Draws a crowd. Draws three. Beats three. Cuts inside. Bryant with the shot save. Arias. Bryant was like the bullfighter waving the cape that time, and multiple bulls came running out, but he handled it.
Had three players just able to skip past both of them and just able to trip them up on where he was going to go.
Silas Martin dueling with Fakiesi. Throw in Nashville. It's been resilient from Nashville today. under a lot of pressure early on, but they found the equalizer, and now it feels like a very 50-50 kind of match. Sandoval through the middle. Chapman, cross. Got to get to it, and he does. Tagbo.
Again, that's really good defending from Tagbo. You see that runner that's right off of your shoulder, and it's just enough to scoop the ball and get it out of the way.
It'll be a Nashville throw on the far side. 36th minute into the 37th here shortly. It's week 2 of the MLS next season. Both teams had matches last weekend, but this is the first bigger one of the season. 2 MLS academies battling it out. Blackwell will throw this in. Into the 18, flicked on, cleared by Rennie. Chapman trying to settle that one down. He does. Smith, Waddell. Good diagonal from Waddell to pick out Sandoval. Clavon Burdine closes the space quickly and wins it quickly.
Really good defending from Clavon Burdine.
Riveras holds off a challenge, trying to get past Chapman. Does get past Chapman. Got around him. Fights him off. Riveras. Shake and bake. Spins it back on the left foot. Clavon Burdine. Cross low. A good one. Goal! Goal! Goal, Atlanta United. Eli Battier with just the simplest of touches off of a great ball from Julian Clavon Burdine. Subtle from Battier, 2-1 Atlanta.
That play begins with Riveras, though. As soon as he's dribbling forward, he's being grabbed, he's being pulled all over the place, and he's able to then run up the right flank, able to turn back around, find Clavon Burdine right at the top of the 18, and the service from Clavon Burdine to connect with Battier is absolutely exquisite.
He got his head up and saw, I don't need to put this one high in the air. I don't need to whip this one in blindly. Battier making the run to the top of the 6, just put it right there where Battier can get a touch. All he had to do was redirect it. A great finish, 2-1 Atlanta. They restore their lead. Waddell, Baisima. Blackwell. Deflected by Bryant. Throw Nashville on the far side. "39th minute. Plays Blackwell will take the throw in for Nashville. Headed into the middle. Atlanta's got it handled. Rennie will clear. It's off of Smith. Popped forward by Riveras, but the flag is up as Battier puts it in the back of the net, but was offside. It's a close one. The AR's got a better angle than us. No hesitation from the AR. He was very confident of putting the flag up quickly in that situation.
It's hard to time, especially with a ball like that,
Yeah.
as it's kind of floating that way. You think you timed it just right and stayed in line, but then sometimes you just can't catch it.
Long ball for Sandoval, and he did stay on side. Clavon Burdine able to win it back. Turns it over, though. Velasquez with the shot over the bar. Was always rising there from Alejandro Velasquez, looking for his second of the day. Nashville was ready to press in kind of a 4-1-3-2 there. Gonzalez said, let's just play this one long this time around. Bakiesi tries to bring it down. Martin finds it instead. Tries to pull that back around 2 Atlanta defenders, but it's out for a throw.
Sandingen and Fakiesi, though, working together to get that throw in.
Quan inside to Coughing. Tagbo. Coughing. Up the left side, Fakiesi. Trying to bend this one in for Battier to chase. Too much on it. Arias will pick it up. Quick distribution to Smith. Isaac Chapman. Cuts inside of Riveras. Into the middle. Pass got around Quan. Dylan Alvarez over to the right. Blackwell. Back inside. Bryant almost forces the turnover again. Bryant and Quan were both there defending that. Jacob Smith back on it. Gonna send it. Rennie maybe got a touch. Tagbo is there to clean it up. Gonzalez. It's over Chapman's head, just skims off of his head. Riveras can't win that foot race with Smith, but he can win the throw.
Does enough to win it, and it'll be a throw in here as it goes right to Quan.
It's a good throw in to pick out Quan, making the run forward. Clevon Burdine. Julian will drop it back to Quan, and the smart reset all the way back to JC Gonzalez. Tried to hit the big switch, and the wind might have affected that one. Nashville offside. Not going to matter there as the flag was already up. Frustration from Rodriguez. It's another one where it's a quick turnover, and it's hard to get back on side. That's where you have to be careful in that buildup. The wind really picked up in that moment, and JC Gonzalez's big switch to the opposite side just floated to the ground. Quan to the right. Clevon Burdine. 43rd minute. Through ball. A good one. Santillan. Cut back. Bryant couldn't get the shot off. I think he wanted to bring that one down. Nicely defended by Nashville and Jacob Smith. Rolled short to Waddell. Smith. Arias. Clear with the left foot. Brought down well by Rodriguez. And laid off to the right to Martin. Josh Quan comes over to help defend. Blackwell back up the line to Martin. Fakiesi got nutmegged, but he was able to come back to win it. So that doesn't count as a completed nutmeg in my book.
I would agree with you.
Just playing it through somebody's legs doesn't mean anything if you can't get back on the ball. So you don't get credit for that one. I like the idea, though, from Martin.
No, the idea was there and almost had it, but Fakiesi did a good job of reading it and getting back onto it and then stealing it back.
Quan out wide to the left to Fakiesi. Shea will flip the field on the dribble. Rampaging up the left. Low cut back. Riveras, it's blocked. Gonzo again the second time wide of the post. Great run from Fakiesi, and the low cross got all the way through to Riveras. First time blocked, it came right back to him. Second time, he couldn't find the angle.
I mean, Fakiesi, that's just what he can do. I mean, you talk about the rampage on the left, and that's exactly what he brought, just driving in.
Almost into the 45th minute here in the U16 match. Nashville won the U18 match, had a 2-0 lead. They were able to carry through. Atlanta cut one back late. Couldn't find the second. It's 2-1 Atlanta in this one. Tagbo will clear. Smith up the right side. Velasquez gets his head to it. Martin controls it. Knocked away from him. Throw in Nashville. Short to Alvarez. Waddell. Velasquez. Back to J.R. Waddell. And one more time back to Arias. Smith going to send it up the left side to Sandoval. Maybe the last chance here for Nashville in the first half. Sandoval cuts inside. Squared into the middle by Sema. He'll knock it down. Sandoval drops it back. Chapman into the 18. Couldn't angle that header where he wanted. Atlanta able to clear it up into the sky. That'll be a throw for Nashville. We're into stoppage time. 2 minutes indicated. Big thank you to our referee for signaling that one in our direction. Into the middle, intercepted by Quan. Quan, heavy touch, but he's able to win it back. Unable to get on it was Battier. Good recovery by Blackwell. Arias. Smith. Forward to Alvarez. Here comes Nashville. Pass intercepted by Clavon Burdine. Coughing. Backside of the center circle. Passes through, knocked down by Battier. Over to Fakiesi. Shea tries to cut inside, tried to nutmeg Martin. Martin blocked that. Those two have both won the defensive side of that duel. Baisima. Sandoval will carry it forward. Clavon Burdine stands him up.
Good stop.
He'll carry it forward. Back and forth, back and forth. Here's Riveras. Into the 18 with the cross. Back post. Able to knock it down was Battier and put it on frame. But Arias makes a very good save.
That's just being in the right place at the right time. It's really good positioning from Arias. He's able to step there and then he knows exactly where it's going to go because it's a weird one too, especially with the bounce of where it's going to go to.
You don't know how much Battier is going to get of that. You don't know where he's going to direct it. It's really good footwork from Arias to be able to give himself that opportunity to make that save. He plays it long. Atlanta wins it. Rennie and Clavon Burdine went up for it. Smith, Baisima, Chapman, Sandoval. Blocked by Clavon Burdine. Throw for Nashville. Getting late here in stoppage time. And that will do it for the first 45. Atlanta took the lead, then they gave up an equalizer, then they retook the lead. First half thoughts, Maddie?
It's another one just like I think the U18s, because you look at that scoreline at halftime, it's a 2-0. It's a 2-0 deficit for Atlanta, but it still was very much Atlanta getting back into this one. I think it's the same thing here. Both teams, especially depending on where they're going to go, where the angle is, because of the way both teams are playing. Atlanta United a lot with the pressure going forward. They've kind of let off a little bit. I'm curious to see if maybe they bring in some fresh legs to kind of do the same thing at the very beginning of the second half. But both teams, it's going to be a battle and a little bit of a chess match to see which team can kind of get into the end and exploit those spaces.
So far in the two matches that we've had between the 404 and the 615, it's 3-3 on aggregate. We'll see what happens in the second 45. We're going to take the break with both teams. We'll be back in about 15 minutes here from Marietta. You're watching Atlanta United Academy Soccer presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Welcome back to Marietta, the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. The stream is presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Alongside Madison Cruz, I'm Jason Longshore. It's 2-1 Atlanta United's U16s here in the second match of our Academy doubleheader. The twos and the first team play later today, same time, which is very unfortunate. 7:30 kickoffs for both of them, but the quadruple header off to a pretty good start today.
Really good start as well. Yeah, I think you're seeing just how much the academy and just the experience and the talent that we've seen, especially in this class alone. And you're also seeing a lot of them who aren't here right now, but are also going to play a huge factor in the twos matchup that we're going to see later on tonight, right at the same time. It is unfortunate, but will I have, a double screen on at the Benz to be watching the twos? Yes, absolutely.
You're going to have to keep me posted in the group chat because I'll be busy yelling on the radio as I'm often want to do in matches with the first team. Columbus Crew, the visitors tonight. You can listen on 92.9 The Game, the Odyssey app. Also on Apple TV's MLS Season Pass, going into the audio options and choosing home team radio. Pre-game show will start at 6:30 with Madison and with Abe Gordon. Don't think we have any subs to start the second half. Don't hold me to that. We'll keep you updated if we get any or notice any. No fourth official to hold up the sub board here to start the second half. But just at quick glance, I don't think there are any subs. It was a high-octane first half in long stretches. See how the legs hold up for the second 45. Let's kick it for 45 more minutes from Marietta. Tagbo will square it to Delani Rennie. Rennie new to the Atlanta United Academy from GSA. Tagbo, Quan, JC Gonzalez. Rennie cuts inside. The trigger was hit. Nashville started to press. Rennie picked out Quan. Now over to the right to Coughing. Up the right side. Riveras, overlapping run. Clavon Burdine, he puts in the cross. It's a good one. Bryant heads it wide of the near post. Goal kick.
That's really good from Atlanta, handling that trigger, especially as it was made from Nashville, and immediately getting out of that situation and driving on the right side.
It's early in the MLS next season. This is the second match week of the season, so there's still a lot of kind of keys and triggers that are being worked on. You could hear that one really vocal, and Rennie was able to pick out the pass nicely. Throw on the far side for Atlanta. Julian Clavon Burdine, somebody that we've been really impressed with both from his defensive side and getting forward and creating opportunities. He throws it in up the line. Riveras will throw this one in now. Quan making the long run. Smith has it handled. Back to Arias. Good step up by Tagbo. Santillan, his pass is blocked. Rennie has to get that pass right with two Nashville players there. Santillan draws the foul. Let's go back to Clavon Burdine. I know you've been really impressed with him at right back.
Yeah, I really love watching him play, especially up the right, and especially too with his overlaps, being able to get involved in the attack too, but then how sound he is, especially defensively, in moving the ball around. He's very composed with the ball at his feet, especially with the pressure that Nashville can bring sometimes. He's really composed, poking a leg in there, getting opportunities.
Bryant, good pass through. Santillan cuts it back. It's Tagbo inside the 18. Blocked, corner. Didn't expect to see Daniel Tagbo making that run from center back. Fakiesi's dropped to cover him. Tagbo saw something and nearly got on the board.
Yeah, Dylan Alvarez read that completely. He was able to get that step in there and knock it out of play. Arias was trying to save it before it went over the end line, but he couldn't get there in time, so it's a corner for Atlanta.
Always love to see when you get center backs who are brave enough to make runs forward like that. Daniel Tagbo makes it really difficult for Nashville, earning the corner. It's going to be an in-swinger here from Riveras. Deep to the backside, headed away. Flicked back in. Blackwell with the header. Martin tries to flick it forward, but Coughing will run this one down. Dropped all the way back to Gonzalez. Velasquez pressuring, coughing on the left. Up the line to Bryant. He'll turn. Cuts inside. Holds off Martin. Out wide to the left, it's Fakiesi. Shea, overlap from Bryant. Gives it to Miles. He's into the 18. Cuts back around Blackwell. Looking for the shot. He gets it through, and it's saved by Arias, who saw it at the last second.
Again, just quick reaction time. Arias has been really good in between the posts for Nashville.
Nashville look for the quick outlet. It's not on, so they reset back to Smith. Into the middle. Alvarez will knock it back to Arias, and now over to Waddell with some space to work in. He'll play it over the top. Flag goes up. Velasquez kind of playing in that Hani Mukhtar sort of role underneath the striker Rodriguez and trying to pick his runs. He'll pop up as a second striker when needed.
It creates another element that Atlanta has to worry about, especially when he does drop back.
Good pressure from Nashville. They force the turnover. On the far side, it's Sandoval wide. Nashville made it difficult for Atlanta to play out that time, and Sandoval got a dangerous look inside the 18. Goal kick played short. Quan. Square to the left to Tagbo. Up the line, Shea Fakiesi. Down the line for Noe Santillan. Santillan draws the double team. Alvarez comes away with it. Pressure by Atlanta, forcing the turnover. Coughing. Riveras pops it through to Bryant, who's on the right now. Tried to take that one off the volley. Didn't catch all of it. Arias will get credit for the save. Short to Waddell. Over to Blackwell. Passes through, intercepted by Fakiesi. Bryant driving towards the 18. Blackwell backpedaling into the middle. Shot, big save. Arias. Quan looking for his second. Arias says no.
Again, Arias has been so sound in between the posts for Nashville, and Quan almost got his second there. It was a great pass right to him. He was wide open there and just rips it, and Arias, just great positioning, gets both hands in the air, pushes it over the bar.
Arias' footwork has been outstanding today. He's been in the right position to be able to make those quick reaction plays. Gonzalo Riveras will hit this in-swinging corner from the near side. Into the 6, punched away by Arias. Volley attempt from Fakiesi wasn't connected. Shea will get on it, tries to turn. Nashville able to clear. They look for open space with Martin, but Coughing will close that down. That comes off of Martin. Nashville thought they had earned themselves a throw. Really impressed with Evan Coughing and his positioning, the way he's read the game as that 6 for Atlanta. Drop it back to Gonzalez. Has to clear. Nashville try the left side. Sandoval. Good cross caught by Gonzalez.
I've also been really impressed with Coughing as well. I think you're seeing him play, being a little Bartosz Leash, especially out there in the midfield. Dropping back when needed to, almost acting a third center back when needed in those moments. But then he can step up and he can just be so smooth with the ball to connect the dots to push it forward.
That's something you should be seeing at this level, is players in your academy that look like the profile of players in the first team. We talked about it with Velasquez and Mukhtar, Coughing and Sleesh, an apt comparison. You know, you should be seeing some of that profile. You don't want direct copies, but you do want to see players at this level start to resemble what you see with the first team. Quan went for the back heel. Martin with good defending there to come all the way back to help win it for Nashville.
Yeah, that's really good defending from Martin. He's able to stop and break up that run from Quan.
Tagbo will keep that one in. Gonzalez. Fakiesi is high up the field. He's asking Tagbo to bring it to him. Going to cut it back to Coughing instead. Atlanta will try the right. Rennie. Coughing. Tagbo. Now Fakiesi. It's been a menace on the left side all game long. Out wide to Bryant. Crossed in with the right foot. Didn't get to Rivera. Headed away. Coughing. Pac-Man wins it back. Tagbo. Play will stop as Nashville has a player down in the backwash of that last sequence, Blackwell. I think he cut back to try to help defend on that Bryant cross. Looks like a cramp. It's been a hot Saturday here, maybe a little bit hotter than we've had as of late in Atlanta and in Nashville, and it is early in the season, so not really a surprise that you would get these kind of issues starting to flare up in the 55th minute.
Yeah, definitely didn't expect it to get as hot as it was, especially as we creep a little bit closer into September, but, you know, it's fake fall here in Georgia. What can we say?
Yeah, I think we're almost back to, like, what, late summer, I guess is what we're going to call it. If fake fall is maybe starting to dissipate a little bit, I don't know. The seasons don't really mean much anymore at this point.
The seasons don't exist.
Not really much. We'll see if Blackwell will be able to continue. My assumption would be we'll start to get into the bench here pretty soon for both teams. Will be a decent amount of stoppage time added in this one. Trainers will have to come on for Nashville, so Blackwell will at least have to leave the field. We've kind of had this ongoing conversation even in the first match with Joe Freihofer on the mic with us. I think when you look at these two teams, it's two clubs that over a fairly short period of time, you know, Atlanta launched their academy in 2016. Nashville launched theirs right around when they started in 2020, which wasn't a great time to launch much of anything. But I think now in this era of both of these academies and this group, you know, for example, with the U16s, you're talking 14 and 15-year-old players. I think you're starting to see that identity of what a Nashville player and what a Nashville team looks like. And Atlanta, what an Atlanta player looks like and what an Atlanta team looks like. And they're different, but I think you're seeing two teams that represent their clubs well.
Yeah, and it comes from at all levels. I mean, just even from talking to Ignacio Suarez, Ignacio Suarez Corey as well in a box-to-box with the SDH network. You know, I asked him, what does it mean to you to be able to represent the badge? And he said it's everything. Like, that's all he knows. It's a club that, you know, made him the player that he is now and is still helping him continue to grow. Like, that's exactly what this is. It's players putting on that badge, putting on this crest, and are going out there wanting to represent their club well. And also, too, with the amount of homegrowns you see, I think, in MLS as well, the amount of players that come from the academy who grow into the club and then make an impact on the first team. You're seeing it with Atlanta. Caleb Wiley is a perfect example. George Bello, Matt Edwards. You're seeing it with so many people. Jay Fortune is another one. You're seeing it with so many of these players, and it gives a lot of these academy guys players to look up to and know, like, hey, if I continue to work hard, I can get there.
Yeah, I think that's a key part of this. I mean, you look at this group of players for Atlanta, as we'll get Liam Stribling checking in for Nashville. You know, this group of players, they were 7, 8, maybe 6 when Atlanta United won MLS Cup. Old enough to remember it, old enough to possibly have been in the building that night. Nashville, you know, this group of players, you know, they were 9, 10 when the club started, and you had an opportunity to potentially dream of wearing that shirt at some point. That stuff's very important, but I think we're also seeing, as these two teams have continued to further flesh out their development process and their styles of play, you're seeing that start to become part of the conversation as well. What Nashville soccer looks like, what Atlanta soccer looks like. It's a very cool thing because it is different. Charlotte in the Southeast as well, it's different for them too. So you have clubs that have very distinct identities forming pretty quickly with their academy development. Here's Atlanta and Miles Bryant. We're back underway. Big switch to Gonzalo Riveras. Overlapping run from Clevon Burdine. Riveros will cut inside, left-footed shot, big save, Arias, and he's able to pounce on it.
Again, really good reaction from Arias in between the post. He's able to step up, he sees that shot coming, he dives low, he's able to get to it, and it comes out of his hands and then immediately reaches out to grab it.
Blackwell is back into the match. Cleared over to the far side, headed away by Chapman. Seen Martin and Sandoval switch sides for Nashville. Looked like Stribling was going to check in there for Blackwell, but Blackwell's able to continue. Tagbo, back to Gonzalez. Into the 60th minute. JC once again. Good ball to pick out Clevon Burdine. Turn into space. Forward to Noe Santillan. Noe. Touched away at the last minute by Baisima. One back by Coughing. Quick ball through. Kwan floats it through. What a ball from Kwan off the post. Magic pass from Josh Kwan to Noe Santillan. And somehow that stays out. The ball from Josh Kwan, and we've already seen him get on the end of one. We've seen multiple passes from him. 76 for Atlanta United's U16s has been really impressive today.
Really impressive, all over the place and cleaning up those balls, winning back balls as well. I mean, just there, putting on the pressure too. You're forcing Nashville to make a decision.
Laid down the middle, knocked down. Sandoval up the right side. Rodriguez. Great ball from the Nashville number 9, trying to bend that into the path of Velasquez. JC Gonzalez read that well. Coughing, great outlet pass
really
up the right.
Good ball.
Clevon Burdine, he'll carry it forward. Down the right, Riveros. Edge of the 18. Cuts in, squared, blocked by Smith. Santillan tries to cut back, can't do so. Sandoval will clear. Blackwell goes back down to the ground here for Nashville. Atlanta in possession. Tagbo to Coughing. Blackwell staying on the ground. Nashville need to win it and put it back. Sandoval had dropped back to cover for Blackwell, and that's smart by him to play that out. No obligation for Atlanta there in that moment because Blackwell had been off the field and then come back in when it looked like they were going to sub him at that point. And that's part of the lessons that you have to learn at this moment. You have to understand in those moments when your body says, no, I can't go anymore. It's not on the referee to stop play in that moment. So Nashville will make a sub on the far side. It's a different one than we had initially seen. We'll get that for you shortly as the trainer comes on to check on Blackwell. I think obviously we're going to be a little bit more in tune with where Atlanta is and this group of Atlanta players and what they're trying to do. But we have to give credit to Nashville. They've been under so much pressure in this match. And I think Blackwell's been a prime example of it. Yeah, they've struggled to get out of their own half at times. They've struggled to get forward. They did restore. They did cut it back to 1-1 at one point, and they've been very resilient. I think Blackwell has been one who's shown that. He's been very good defensively in moments where it's been 2-on-1 with Fakiesi making runs forward and Bryant being a problem on that side as well.
I agree completely, and it's unfortunate that he has to come off too because he was really solid, especially in holding things down in that back line for Nashville. And I agree too. I think you have to give Nashville a lot of credit for what they've been doing with their academy and how good they've been. We saw it with the U18s, and now we're seeing it with the U16s. They're developing a really solid program.
And it fits in the way that they want to play, as it's Paris Anayiri who checks into the match. 41. He'll be on the right side of the back line. Nashville will build things up out of the back. Waddell. Plays it long. Tagbo's got that covered. Back to Gonzalez. '64th minute, 2-1 Atlanta. Coughing. Gonzalez under pressure. Sends it up the right side. Riveras tries to flick that on. Chapman stood it up initially. Throw quickly taken. Noe Santillan. Going to be a goal kick. Santillan in the duel there with Jacob Smith. Last touch judged by the AR on the far side to have come off of Santillan. Arias. J.R. Waddell. Intercepted by Bryant. Through ball for Riveras. But Arias comes out quickly, saw that developing, didn't like it, went out to claim it himself. Smith up the line. Silas Martin. Cleared long by Smith, brought down by Rennie. Good work from Delani Rennie. Gonzalez picks out Quan. What a turn from Josh Quan. Quan has been a joy to watch today. Riveras, good cross, back post. Bryant back across. Batier, back heel, goal! 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 Eli Batier with the back heel. Atlanta gets the 3-1 lead.
We've talked about Quan all match in what he has done, and especially in getting this attack forward. Battieti with that back heel, I mean, what an absolute clinical finish. He's able to see the run, he sees it, makes the turn, and then just looks over his shoulder and just the back heel to knock it into the back of the net.
Absurd from Eli Batier to have that kind of composure and skill inside the 18. The whole sequence, the turn from Quan, Riveras with the cross, he saw Bryant. Bryant puts it back across, another good header for him, his second assist of the day. And Batier that time, instead of holding it up and waiting for help, finds a way to make it happen himself. 2 goals for Batier, 2 assists for Bryant. 3-1 Atlanta. Sandoval. Baisima up the right side. Crossed in from Velasquez, caught by Gonzalez. Quick distribution from JC. Smith knocks it down, but Riveras peeled away. He wins it. Cuts inside, sees the opportunity. Top of the arc, but Riveras lays it off for Bryant. Curler over the bar. Advantage was played as Riveras maybe would have drawn a foul there, but he was able to knock that over to Bryant for a good look.
Yeah, Bryant just tried the curler. Was kind of hoping maybe the wind would take that one as well. You also had the run too of Batier too, making that run in as well.
Quick pressure. Arias will send it. Tagbo wins the header. Baisima settles it. Nice turn from him. Baisima's brother playing at Duke, another product of the Nashville Academy. Down the line. Cut back from the end line. Blocked. Corner for Nashville. They might find a way back into this one.
That's a good stop from Atlanta, though. Putting your body there, making sure that you get that touch to knock it out.
Dylan Alvarez will take this corner. 68th minute. One hand in the air from Alvarez. Drops it back. Baisima. Chapman. Quan gets a deflection. Coughing comes away with it. Tried the quick outlet into Riveras' direction. Gonzalo doesn't find that one, but he blocks Chapman's follow-up pass. Throw in Nashville. Martin. Baisima intercepted. Clevon Burdine. But here comes Nashville again, second time around. Rennie able to knock that back to Gonzalez. Good work from Rennie. Batier trying to win it high up the field. It's going to be settled and dropped back by Onyeyiri. Smith up the left side. Martin. Very crafty on the ball, Silas Martin. Spins it back to the outside. Alvarez, outside of the foot, through ball. Rennie there to defend. Drop back, left-footed cross. Header won by Fakiesi. Riveras, or Santillan, I think is going to get called for this foul. Kind of undercut by Isima. So a free kick here for Nashville. I don't think Santillan really was having any bad intentions there. Baisima was just quicker to it.
Yeah, I agree. He had both players going to it, and yeah, he just got there a lot faster. But now it's a dangerous opportunity for Nashville in a really dangerous area. You got a couple options here.
So 32 yards out. Aiden Baisima will take it. Wall's at the top of the arc. Rest of the Atlanta backline's at the top of the 18. Baisima floats this one in. Header won. Baisima nearly found it the second time. Good defensive header there by Atlanta. It was Rennie who went up high to win that. Arias on Yayiri. Good turn from him, the substitute for Nashville. He'll carry it forward. Sandoval. Underlapping run from Anya Yiri. Sandoval unable to find it. Drops it back to Waddell. Wind is definitely picking up, as you can hear. It's not a jet engine, that's the wind. Tagbo will get there first, and he puts it out for a throw.
The wind feels great, though.
It does feel great. It's a little loud, but it feels great.
But it definitely impacts, especially too with, now how do you play certain balls? What decisions do you make now, especially with the unpredictability of what the wind can do?
Yeah, it hasn't been consistent, which makes this a little more difficult. It's into the face here of Anya Yiri, who's going to take the throw. So it will be hard to get this into the 18 if that's what he was thinking. Kind of hangs up. Brought down nicely by Velasquez. Good cut back. Sandoval. Anya Yiri. Right-footed cross. Gonzalez has to get there for that one. And a goal is given. I don't know how, but we don't have the angle there for one. It looked like Gonzalez was able to keep that out. It's a mishit cross from Anya Yiri into the wind. I thought Gonzalez had that one kept out. He was in the goal. But the AR, again, no hesitation to put the flag up and indicate that had crossed the goal line. So it's 3-2. Unexpected, but we've got a very interesting final 20 minutes here in Marietta.
Very interesting, as both teams will go for a water break. Again, like you said, we don't have the clearest angle to see what happened there, but to me, it didn't look like that it crossed in. That it looked like that Gonzalez got the header there, unless the wind somehow managed to pick it up and he jumped inside the goal to grab it.
But he can jump in. That's the thing that makes this so tricky, and this is why we can't tell from where we are. He can be in the goal. His whole body can be in the goal, and he can have a finger keeping the ball on the line. Remember, the whole ball has to be over the line, not part of it. We can't tell from here. The AR is going to have the only one who's got the angle on that. But it didn't look like one that I thought was going to be given as a goal, just in real time. It's across from Anya Yiri, and we talked about the wind picking up in his face and into the direction of where that's coming from. It's going to knuckle. It's going to float. It's going to be difficult. Gonzalez isn't expecting that because it's not really a shot. It's not played on frame there, but it ends up on frame. Looked like Gonzalez had kept it out. AR says differently, and it's 3-2 after a quick hydration break here, and it's going to be a frantic finish now.
Very frantic, as using my investigative journalism, seeing if I could pull this up as well.
I don't think we're going to have that angle. I mean, big thank you to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta for helping us get on with these streams for the Atlanta United Academy. We don't have goal line technology. MLS Next hasn't quite went there yet. We don't have a goalpost cam. Maybe that'll be the next opportunity, but it's 3-2. Paris Anya Yiri makes it 3-2. Now Atlanta's got to deal with the adversity, get their heads back up. Nashville Heads are definitely up as they're right back in this.
Yeah, it's the exact same conversation we talked about the minute Nashville did get back into this one in the first half. You know, the momentum now shifts. Nashville now has a bit more of that edge. How can Atlanta find it again? I said it was a misplay, too, cleaned up by Atlanta.
Bryant trying to get there on Yiri will foul him. Free kick Atlanta, attacking third on the left. 74th minute. Been a fun couple of games here in Marietta today. Hopefully a fun couple of games this evening as well. You can watch Atlanta United 2 on MLS Season Pass on Apple TV. That kicks off at the same time, a couple minutes earlier, than the first team match against Columbus. So if you're in the bins, you might want to have the phone up, check in on the twos as they try to get into the postseason in MLS Next Pro. Atlanta United in MLS Next trying to hold on to their lead. Fakiesi. Good delivery to the back post, headed down, deflected off of Riveras. He tries to send it back to Quan, but Nashville finds the outlet to break. Rio O'Connor checked into the game for Nashville at that last opportunity. He leads the break down the left. Foul called, free kick Nashville on the far side.
Again, it's just like we talked about, all the momentum is with Nashville right now as they get another opportunity in the attacking third.
Atlanta, if you're going to continue to counter press and be high up the field, you have to be careful in those moments and not let a team get out on you. Liam Stribling is into the match as well for Nashville. Free kick. Delivered deep to the backside, over everybody's head. Waddell. Taken away by Atlanta. Santillan lays it off. Fakiesi. Taken off down the left side. Still Fakiesi. Can he get there on the end line? No. Onyeyiri did enough. He got a touch, though, so it's a corner.
Fakiesi has also been one that I have really enjoyed watching in this matchup as well.
That was a long sprint from Shea Fakiesi at this stage of the match. It wasn't Rio O'Connor who checked in. It was Liam Stribling, 46 instead of 66. Corner Atlanta from the near side. Short. Shea with the cross. Volleyed away. Clayvon Burdine over the top. Flag was up. Another good look from Julian Clayvon Burdine. But Santillan was just offside.
Yeah, just a touch as that ball kind of floats back in right over to where he is. It also goes wide, but the flag was already up at that point.
77th minute. Arias. Smith. Battier chasing. Stribling. Cuts inside. Nowhere to go, so he has to drop it back to Jacob Smith. Stribling again. Fouled on the far side as Riveras was trying to win that. And he gets a quick yellow for time wasting. We didn't see that in the first match. Ball was knocked away there as Riveras was a little frustrated about the call. He gets the yellow card for time wasting, as he should in that moment. Waddell. Sends it over the top. Too much on that one. Gonzalez will pick it up. Gonzalez has to play it. Up the left side, knocked down by Onyeyiri. Santillan loses out to Alvarez. Blocked by Fakiesi. It gets through to Sandoval. Slips a little pass through, but a great recovery from Tagbo. Didn't think he was going to be able to block that pass. He did.
It's good positioning from Tagbo, being able to read it and put your body right where you need to clear it out.
Throw Nashville. Anya Yuri will take it, 79th minute. Santillan battling. Alvarez, last touch off of him. Throw Atlanta. Shea Fakiesi will step up to take it. It's going to be an interesting battle at the youth national team level with Fakiesi. He can represent Canada and the U.S. He's been in youth national team camps for both already. Been really impressed with him at left back today. Quan, Bryant, Alvarez, and Bryant. Foul is called on Bryant. Alvarez will take it quickly. Baisima. Over to the left. Chapman will carry it forward for Nashville. Has Stribling out wide. Tries to cut in around Clavon Berdine, but can't do so. Batier wants to turn the corner and does. Smith recovers. Batier still on it, on the right foot. Batier, nice save. Arias.
What a run from Batier, too. He's able to skip past and move his body and cut back around and tries the shot. But Arias, again, able to read it all the way and bring it down.
The change of pace from Batier. Smith did a lot there as well to slow Batier up. But Eli was able to get the look at goal. Arias keeps it out. 3-2 Atlanta. Last 10 minutes to go here. Stribling. Nice on the dribble from Stribling. Gets the cut back, and it's wide. Stribling was able to dance up the end line and cut that back. And the quick first-time shot was just wide from Juliano Rodriguez. Atlanta player down in the attacking half. Batier, after that long run, probably feeling the effects of it. Looks like Atlanta will go to the bench here. Batier will get treatment first. Trying to get eyes on who's going to check in for Batier up top. He might be able to stay on. Will be a decent bit of stoppage time here in this one. We've had a few injuries as the game has gone on. Just have to remember, it is early in the season for these teams. Fitness is still being built as we go.
Especially too dealing with the weather as well. A little bit unexpected on this day on Saturday that you'd get a little bit more of that heat as well.
Yep.
So that also plays in a factor too.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be part of the equation. That was a long run from Batier, at least 40, 50 yards, mostly at a sprint. In the 80th minute, so that's a lot.
I know, it's confusing me up here too. I have the shades on, and the next minute I'm going to have to take them off because of the shade now.
Yeah, we've got cloud cover now.
It feels great with the cloud coverage.
Yeah, it's helping. Atlanta will go to the bench here, as Batier won't be able to continue. We'll see how the Five Stripes reorganize. Josh Quan wearing the captain's armband. And it is Jason Adeyemi who checks in. Adeyemi is going to play underneath, it looks like. Santillan is going to go up to the number 9 spot. Quan plays it forward. Adeyemi up the left side. Fakiesi driving on Anya Yiri. Slips a pass through to Bryant. What a ball from Shea. Bryant's cutback blocked. Miles still trying to find it. Does. Draws the 3 defenders again. Still alive. Nashville clear. Throw in Atlanta. The delicate pass from Shea Fakiesi into the 18 to Bryant. Those two have such a good connection on the left.
Yeah, been really solid there. And then the defense for Nashville had to really quick on their feet, try to get back underneath that one.
Quan back to Coughing. Over to Clavon Burdine. Cuts inside. Slips a pass through. Riveras looping back around to the left foot. Back to the right foot. Inside. Cross. Turn. Santillan. Cut back. Riveras right at Arias. Atlanta's been knocking on the door but has not found another one. Stribling. Drop back to Smith. 84th minute, almost into the 85th. 3-2 Atlanta. Waddell. Smith. Played forward. Quan stepped up. Maybe got a touch, but it's over to Stribling. Drop back. Velasquez. All the way back to J.R. Waddell. Forward to Baisima. Good ball out wide to the right to Sandoval. Fakiesi there to defend. Sandoval will slip it through. Alvarez, cut back cross, gathered in by Gonzalez.
Gonzalez has been another one that I've also been impressed with too, with his reaction in between the post as well. Finding his footing in those moments and his distribution too, getting those balls, sending it long, and helping Atlanta kind of progress in their attacking half.
Smith was able to duck around Santillan that time to win it for Nashville. Sandoval just can't turn the corner. Bouncing ball, maybe wind aided as well. It gets away from him. Throw in Atlanta. 3-2, and we'll see if Atlanta can continue to hold on to this one. It's thrown in, one back by Nashville. Sandoval cuts in on the left foot, lays it off. Velasquez one more time to Stribling. Stribling off the side netting. Liam Stribling has been impressive since checking into this one, but couldn't get that around the post or JC Gonzalez.
Yeah, Stribling has just been like causing a lot of problems on that left side for Atlanta.
Stribling, and it was Silas Martin. Sandoval on the side as well. He's moved over to the right. The wingers for Nashville have been really impressive today. Been a good match all the way around. Anya Yuri pops it forward to Sandoval. Knocked away by Fakiesi. Inside to Quan. Adeyemi. Taken away by Baisima. Here comes Nashville. It's Stribling down the left. Clavon Burdine hustling back to defend. 87th minute, Stribling. Cut back to Alvarez. Alvarez, service, top of the 18, knocked down to Baisima, trying to load up the right foot. Baisima turning, blocked by Bryant, and he's fouled. That's where you see this game is tilting. Baisima hasn't been forward a ton today. Now he's popping up higher up the field. Miles Bryant has been forward a ton. He's defending inside his own 18.
That's just how chaotic it can be now, especially when you're looking at everything going forward. You know, Nashville's trying to find an equalizer. Atlanta's trying to hold on to the lead.
Santillan will head it over to the left. Bryant down the line for Noe Santillan.
Great ball.
Santillan will get to it on the end line. Pulls it back. Adeyemi into the middle to Quan. Quan cuts to the left. Quan with the left foot wide. Caught everybody by surprise. Arias dove. It ended up tailing further away. Fakiesi's down stretching. Bryant stretching after he's covered about 100 yards. Atlanta looking like they'll go to the bench here late, trying to hold on to this one. Been a back and forth match between Atlanta and Nashville's U16s. Not a whole lot separating them. Right now it's one goal, and it was a brilliant one from Eli Batier. Nashville will go over and have a chat and maybe reorganize a little bit here. Fakiesi going to be able to continue. Goal kick played short. Waddell. He launches it down the middle. Trying to flick that on, unable to do it. Got over Velasquez's head. Quan with another great ball forward. Riveras over the top to Santillan. He's into the 18. Noe cuts back on the left foot wide of the near post. Noe Santillan nearly put the game to bed, but Nashville still got a pulse.
Noe Santillan is itching for one. This whole game, he has been right in those situations. Arias, again, just read it the entire way, was able to track it and get things going, and especially where he wanted to go. But Santillan has been so close.
Atlanta getting subs ready. We'll see if they make them over there. Stribling cutting inside now. Waddell. We're into the portion of the match where it's whatever it takes. Whistle goes, or flag goes up, whistle blown. Be a free kick for Atlanta. Looks like we're going to get some subs here now as we're into the last minutes. Nashville will go first. We're into the 90th minute. There should be a decent bit of stoppage time. My guess would be 4 minutes. Rodriguez will check out for Nashville. We'll see how they reorganize. It's Adriel Lopez checking in up top for Nashville. The 2011 playing up with this group. JC Gonzalez will send it long. Anya Yiri heads it out wide. Fakiesi down the line for Bryant. Bryant going to the corner flag, trying to protect the 3-2 lead. It's taken away from him quickly. Anya Yiri turns into the middle. Adeyemi defending, Santillan defending, foul called. That one won't count. Adeyemi put it into the back of the net, but the foul was called as Alvarez was nearly caught at the top of the 18. Atlanta want to make their sub. Will he get it here? Atlanta didn't do the Philadelphia trick of sitting down to force the substitution in that moment, so they play on.
I just knew you were going to find a way to get a Philadelphia.
Had to get one. Had to get one stray for Philly today.
I felt it in my bones. I didn't know when it was coming.
Look, it's all love at the MLS Next level. Substitution now for Atlanta. I believe it is Josue Ayala Nataren. Looks like he's going to come on for Bryant, who has been all over this pitch all day long.
Yeah, he's getting into those tight spots. He's creating opportunities. He's in the back line helping defend, especially in the last couple of minutes, too. Bryant has been another fun one. This U16, this whole team has been just fun to watch.
Ayala Nataren will go on the right side. Riveras will come over to the left. Foul called. It is Ayala Nataren who commits the foul. Free kick Nashville just inside the attacking half. We're into stoppage time. Not sure how much we're going to have here. Arias will send this from about a step inside the attacking half. Line is set at the top of the 18. Arias with the left foot. Headed away strongly by Atlanta. Riveras got to it. Santillan trying to get to this, but Arias will make a long run across. Just knocks it away. Quan from distance. That's going to get stopped inside the 6. Great run back by Smith. Anya Yiri under pressure from Quan. Intercepted by Coughing. Lays it off. Adeyemi can't get the shot off. Santillan pouncing on it. Coughing with the quick shot blocked. Corner Atlanta. Atlanta's been trying to hold on to the lead they had, but they felt a moment there where they could go put the game away. They get a corner out of it, and they can play this short and try to run clock.
It's the quick work between Adeyemi, Santillan, as well as Quan. Just trying to combine, get things going. It's all frantic, too. You have a swarm of Nashville players also coming in to try to stop that break, too.
Corner played short. Quan going to hold it in the corner. Now he's going to turn. What a move from Josh Quan. Chip to the back post over everybody's head. Got to run this one down on the far side. Tagbo will do so. He'll take it to the corner on the far side. Tries to knock it back. Atlanta's got to make sure they're organized, as that was the center back who was high up the field. Here comes Nashville. They send it too long in that moment. And JC Gonzalez can dribble this one around in his 18. until he has to pick it up. Smart from JC Gonzalez. Dribble as far away from yellow shirts as possible. Go to the corner of the 18. Wait, and then pick it up.
It's that IQ. It's that IQ as well from JC Gonzalez.
He punts it down the middle. Headed over to the left. Good header from Adeyemi. Riveras. Down the line. Adeyemi making the run, the substitute. Scoops it over the two defenders to himself in the shot. Arias able to keep it out. Adeyemi going into the bag of tricks in second half stoppage time.
As it's picked up again by Atlanta, though.
Clavon Burdine with the interception. He tries to take it up the right side. Throw Atlanta. There can't be a whole lot of time left. Stribling goes to run that one down so Atlanta can take the throw a little bit quicker. Clavon Burdine told to take the throw now. Down the line. Santillan. Last touch off of him. Maybe Nashville will have one more opportunity here. They probably got to get it forward quickly. Atlanta doing a good job of taking away some of the options. Flicked forward by Velasquez. Intercepted by Clavon Burdine. Knocked into the middle. Santillan spins to the left foot. Noe pulls it back. Out wide to the right. Ayala Nataren. Spinning, staying on the ball. Spin cycle. Stribling was able to take it away, and he draws the foul. Yellow card to the substitute, Ayala Nataren. Josue committing that foul. Wasn't a bad idea, though. He almost split two on the turn, but then he has to commit the foul to prevent the break.
No, it's a smart foul. You have to make that, especially, too, when you're trying to hold on to this lead.
Arias will launch it long down the middle. Bounces, falls to Sandoval. Unable to claim it. On Yiri, shields that one out. Corner Nashville. This might be the last play of the match.
Got to be organized defensively if you're Atlanta. Stay focused, stay switched on.
Aiden Baisima will go to take it. 3-2. Arias will come up for it as well. Got to win the individual battles here. Arias tries to shield Gonzalez. Baisima to the top of the 6. It gets through. Goal. 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 Nashville at the death. I think J.R. Waddell got the touch. He turned and was celebrating the fastest. I think Waddell got the touch. Arias was there maybe shielding Gonzalez. Yellow card was shown in the celebration portion of that. And that will do it. That's how we end it. 3-3 final, a wild U16 match today.
A wild matchup. I think it just showcases the progression of both of these programs and what they've done with their academy. It's going to be such a fun season to watch, I think, both from Nashville and for Atlanta. And for having it be the second match of the season, too, both teams still trying to figure out who they are, figuring out those kinks and getting things worked out. And especially, too, going up against one of your first MLS Next opponents, too, in a Nashville side, an MLS club.
Yeah, when you get another MLS club in these matches, the games get a little more intense, especially when it's two regional rivals like Atlanta and Nashville. Two really good matches today between the U18s and the U16s. On that last sequence, I want to give a special shout out to Paris Onyeyiri with his awareness in that moment to shield it out, get the last corner, which ends up getting the tying goal. Really smart from the substitute, Paris Onyeyiri. Smart performances, hard work from both teams. Nothing could separate them in the end. We finish 3-3. Any final thoughts, Maddie?
Oh, it's a jam-packed day for Atlanta United here as well. You know, we just finished 2 up, and now we got 2 more matches later on at 7:30.
2 down, 2 more to go. Atlanta United 2 will kick off at 7:30. Atlanta United hosting Columbus will kick off at 7:40. You can listen to that on 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app. We will be there with pregame coverage starting at 6:30. You can watch on Apple TV's MLS Season Pass. But a big thank you to everybody here in Marietta today. Big thank you to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. 2 great matches between Atlanta United and Nashville SC. Nashville's U18s win the first one. This one finishes 3-3 on the last touch of the match. Thank you so much for watching. More Academy Soccer to be presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta coming this MLS next season. But we'll see you from the Bends in a few hours.